Welcome again, everyone, to TNS Radio Ireland. You're listening to Mike Montagne, original 1968 architect of mathematically perfected economy, speaking on mathematically perfected economy and absolute consensual representation. Original material, analyses, and solution, as always, are copyright and trademarked by yours truly. All rights and therefore claims of authority are reserved. Archives of this program can be downloaded freely from perfectedeconomy.org/FTP. Copies can be distributed freely only so long as the entirety of this program, including this copyright and trademark notice, remain intact. Much thanks to the band Q-Ree of Chicago, Illinois for Patty Ryan's Despair. Find their music at qree.com. That's spelled C-U-ROI. I'd like to talk about several things today regarding negation of our work. Suppose we were such an inept people that, for lack of recognition that mathematics predicate solution, for lack of ability to, or intention even, to understand the mathematics of our own affairs, mathematics which really reflect just what each side of every transaction naturally intends to do, and that is exchange something for something else, which through money is acquired in such a way that someone who receives whatever we give up provides us money which represents our entitlement to the overall pool of wealth in such a way that that person didn't have to provide it to us. Instead, they provide whatever they produce to the overall pool of wealth. This is the advantage of and purpose of monetizing our production. Now, the mathematics of it are very simple. We've gone over them over and over and over again. In truth, we taught them a long time ago. These mathematics relate to a promissory obligation because the person who receives what we produced, who gives us money, is issuing a fact that they will contribute to the overall pool of wealth in such a way that we can acquire a like volume of production for our production, whatever that production is, from what is available, from what we produce. Now, the only way to allow free markets to accomplish this, and the only truly free markets, are mathematically perfected economy, because mathematically perfected economy is simply an eradication of exploitation. That is, someone who doesn't produce anything doesn't get to take from us in this process. This is achieved, this eradication of exploitation is achieved by eliminating interest, by eradicating interest, by eradicating banking, because banking provides no service to us. Instead, it is imposing itself upon our commerce to intervene upon our affairs for the very purpose of exploitation. Likewise, we have one further responsibility, and that is to ensure that these promissory obligations, which represent entitlement to the overall pool of wealth, are immutable. Why? Because otherwise, when we receive them, we won't get whatever they represented. So that has to be preserved. As we've explained many times over, it can only be that right to immutable entitlement is preserved strictly and only by the only possible means of doing so, which are a circulation which is always equal to the remaining value of all the represented property, and which is equal to an obligation to pay just so much for the remaining value of related property. This isn't that we make a law that says we have to pay X for whatever X represents. It's a law, it's a set of principles which allow us to determine what the price of X should be, and then ensures that X represents X throughout the lifespan of X currency. So, in truth, mathematically perfected economy is that simple. It enables you to produce the like of a house in whatever you produce, to acquire a house through money, through monetizing our production. And banks and government are not intrinsic to that process at all, except for government being a joint vehicle that we decide to implement common principles for certifying creditworthiness. For instance, we don't want someone to be able to issue a promissory obligation they're never going to fulfill, that may even vastly exceed their capacity to fulfill it. So obviously there are issues such as creditworthiness and payment which we need to enforce because they're the very means of the integrity of the system. These processes should be performed jointly through government because we're attempting to eradicate exploitation, and we're setting up principles in which no exploitation of our system can exist. And so we preserve these things through government, not by giving them to private enterprise that performs these obvious principles, which should be decided by the public instead of a private enterprise. And so we're ensuring that these things happen through our common means of administering to such affairs, which rightly belongs in government, particularly as we're eradicating any extrinsic or redundant cost whatsoever. So we've demonstrated these few simple principles. Mathematically perfected economy is effectively the monetary equivalent of barter, but that doesn't make it the same as barter, because when you go to a market to barter, you might have a goat and 2 lambs that you want to trade for a herd dog. The person that has the herd dog that you want might not want your goat and 2 lambs, so they might acquire it to find somebody else who has what they've come to the market to trade their herd dog for. That doesn't mean that whatever they want is possessed by someone who would like to acquire what you've traded for their herd dog, the goat and 2 lambs. So this is the problem that money resolves. It's a universal medium of exchange which says the man who has a person who has a goat and 2 lambs goes to a market and they sell them for their value, and they have a representation of that value which entitles them to the overall pool of wealth in a like volume, which volumes we ourselves are determining in whatever we determine to be the fair price in an abstract unit which is not defined by anyone but the market and industry itself. So if what we've acquired for our goat and 2 lambs is sufficient to purchase our herd dog, we can simply make the purchase. This enables everyone involved to acquire what they want from people who might not provide what they want in return. So this is the further advantage of money, and the further advantage yet of promissory obligations, which is negated by our 11th hour imposters such as Paul Guidnon, who's produced this video, Money is Debt. Is it these people have actually, he cites my work, he doesn't do so credibly in his video, but it's my work that proved the obfuscation of the currency multiplies falsified indebtedness into a terminal sum of falsified indebtedness. You hear these people like Roger Hayes and Ellen Hodgson Brown and Steven Zarlinga and Bill Still, who can't even articulate that problem. So Ellen Hodgson Brown says it's because the interest doesn't exist in circulation, and Roger Hayes, because he's a mindless imposter, simply repeats her errors without even realizing. You heard him a couple of weeks ago here on Gary's program. So that's not the issue at all, that we can't pay interest because it doesn't exist in circulation. The issues instead are that interest is, first of all, unwarranted and unjustifiable because the banking system is merely publishing the paper that represents our goat and two lambs, or our sheepdog, our herd dog. In doing so, they're doing a function that we can perform ourselves, and they're only absorbing the negligible costs of printing a further representation of our own promissory obligations. So when I acquire the herd dog, for instance, I could issue a promissory obligation to do so, which says that I will contribute, and effectively it's indicating that I will contribute so much to the overall pool of wealth, that the overall pool of wealth will be increased so much as the former owner of the seller of the herd dog intends to acquire from it. But he doesn't acquire my production. Someone else acquires my production. I'm forced, therefore, to produce what's wanted. And in producing what's wanted, the consumption of my production pays me so much as I owed for the herd dog. A debt does exist, and that debt is paid off as I consume of the herd dog in mathematically perfected economy. Because this doesn't mean, of course, that we have to predict exactly how long the herd dog might live. We might decide, well, since we don't know, that we just pay for it immediately, for example. But the issue is that we want to pay for it as it's consumed. As we know of most property, we can reasonably determine some kind of lifespan, which indicates what the principal needs to be paid and retired from circulation, so that we maintain this perpetual 1-to-1-to-1 relationship between remaining circulation, remaining value of represented property, and remaining obligation to pay just that much for the remaining value of the represented property, in this case the herd dog or the goat and two sheep. Now we might say, well, we can't do that. Well, that's, it's just blatantly stupid. The reason we can do it is we know that sheep usually live, let's say, an average lifespan. We can make that the lifespan, which makes us paying for the sheep over the average lifespan of a sheep, the average lifespan of a house, the average lifespan of an automobile of a certain kind and usage, whatever. These things are already known in data. They impose no real difficulty upon us at all. Basically, they would be incorporated in software processes and data for each kind of item, so that the system would automatically maintain our accounts accordingly. So we have a resolution of all our affairs. We have to determine what I call a proprietary determinate lifespan, which is carefully defined in the glossary of terms for mathematically perfected economy, which are easily mastered in people who regularly come to me and say from the glossary of terms they master mathematically perfected economy. And you can easily read it in an hour. I mean, it's 70, 80, 90 terms that basically define all of the elements and related issues of the present pretended economy as well. Now, this present pretended economy brings up another issue, and that is, that we have to rectify these issues because interest is terminal. And the reason it's terminal, as I've said many times over, and none of these many plagiarists who just jumped into this many years after all these things were resolved, and my work became popular on the internet, and it was plagiarized by Jacques J. Curran and Steven Zarlinga and Bill Still and Ellen Hodgson Brown and first thousands and thousands of websites, and now actually millions of websites, many millions of websites. These people weren't running around, and people weren't running around formerly saying interest is unjustifiable, interest is inherently terminal. Yes, people may have intuited this, and I'm hearing from many people who claim they have, and of course it's reasonable to intuit that interest is terminal, but to sit down and actually prove it, and to prove it in such a way from which we can understand that there is a fact of singular solution is a far more important thing. That's the only thing which enables us to adopt solution. So why are we not adopting solution? That's what I want to speak about today, because a number of things came up this week. I've been discussing court cases where these arguments are to try the system, and we're attempting to coach people through these things. Meanwhile, we have literally countless alternate currency propositions which were disproven by my original theses 68 years ago. And all these people argue with me constantly, and their supporters argue with me constantly, saying that their systems work, quote unquote work. What does work mean? If these systems work, what we're really claiming is that they solve our issues. My work proved that the only thing that solves our issues is a universally adopted currency, which eradicates banking, because banking multiplies our falsified debts into terminal sums of falsified debt, owing to a fact not that we can't pay interest from an existing circulation, but that because we have to maintain a circulation, because we're paying more out of it than exists in circulation. And so from that existing circulation, which may vacillate to some degree, but basically from what I call a vital circulation, that is a circulation which is necessary to maintain, In order to accomplish this object of resolving our debt, we're borrowing back into circulation what we pay out of circulation. So principal paid out of circulation is borrowed back into circulation as a new debt equal to the former sum of debt, and thus making it mathematically impossible to pay down the former sum of debt, so long as the interest must be, or principal must be, reflated back into the circulation by borrowing. Now, in order to avoid that, we would also first have to absorb all, the banking system would have to absorb all of the interest which is paid out of circulation, because interest increases the principal, or the former sum of debt. So long as the banking system isn't absorbing so much of our production as all the interest, we can't even begin to pay down any prior sum of debt. But they don't even come close to that. And the reason is that's not the object of the obfuscation. The object is to dispossess us, and it will dispossess us at whatever rate of interest is imposed upon us. So we're forced instead to borrow interest back into circulation as well, all except for a very small, negligible amount of the volume of interest that we're paying out of circulation. We're required to borrow it back into circulation. And this borrowing of interest back into circulation above principal increases the sum of the debt, because to pay interest doesn't decrease the remaining obligation to pay principal, and because borrowing it into circulation increases the debt, so because we're assuming new debt. So therefore the sum of debt, because principal is borrowed back as new debt, maintaining any prior sum of debt and making it mathematically impossible to pay down any prior sum of debt, and because interest increases the sum of debt, therefore the sum of debt increases by so much as periodic interest on an ever greater sum of debt until we suffer terminal failure. Now, why can't these people who've plagiarized my work tell you that? And why did people like Ellen Hodge and Brown opt instead to say that we should spend the interest into circulation as well? What for? Why should we pay 3 houses for a house? Is that the object of economy? What justifies interest, Ellen Hodge and Brown? Whatever justified it, when you're paying it to a mere publisher of further representations of our promissory obligations. This is an incredible, monumental crime against humanity. Nothing ever justified it. Why would we persist in it? She's only proven that she doesn't even understand the issues that she's pretending to be an authority upon. Likewise for Roger Hayes, who's merely imitated that about her work, that the interest doesn't exist, therefore we can't pay it. Well, that's a lie. That's wrong. It isn't true. No one who had analyzed these things would ever come up with that preposterous deduction, a pretended observation that you can't pay the interest because it doesn't exist. In fact, in forums you see people everywhere have objected to that statement, claiming that you can earn this back from banks. Well, that isn't true either. But that possibility, evaluation of that possibility, shows you that you have one of 2 ways to get this interest back into circulation, and that is either to earn it from the banking system, which has no need to absorb so much of our production, because interest is a multiple of the principal. That means being as the principal represents all of the related production, and as the interest is a multiple of that, therefore you're basically requiring the banking systems, if you're pursuing this as a course of justifying interest somehow, or proving that it's plausible that we can avoid increasing a sum of falsified debt perpetually by interest. You're arguing then that we the banking system can absorb more of our production than exists because interest is a multiple of it. Does that mean it's justified if we decrease the rates of interest even far more than we already have? No. And the reason is you're paying interest on the principal, and the banking system, all it has at risk is a tiny, negligible fraction of the principal in the cost of publishing the paper. It's totally a lie that the banking system has anything at risk in the creation of money. All they are is a publisher of further representations of our promissory obligations. So why is it important for us to understand these things? What do we have here? Can we go to multiple places and say, oh, well, this person wrote a book. Aren't they credible? They wrote 700 pages to say, to give you misrepresentations, pretended authority, erroneous representations of the facts at hand that single paragraphs of my work give you correctly. 700 pages to a paragraph. You see it over and over and over again. And particularly when a book such as Web of Debt has plagiarized my work. Ellen Hodgson Brown claimed that the currency of my Parable of Perfect Economy was the most brilliant banking model in history. Well, it isn't a banking model at all. Moreover, it never even existed. She pretends to have dug this research up from history, but it's an event and a currency which never even existed. It's Mike Montagne's words, issued through the fictional mouth of Benjamin Franklin, to explain mathematically perfected economy, to explain the nature, disposition, and life cycle of a promissory obligation. When I informed her of this, what did she do? She started praising a state bank instead. Why? Does it have a principle that compared? Not even close. Does it resolve the obfuscation of the currency? Does it eliminate the crimes against us? Not even close. So that's how credible these people are. Now, Roger Hayes, if you heard the controversy between him and myself a few weeks ago, I've heard from a tremendous number of people about that. Largely, in fact, almost without exception, of people supporting me and saying, don't worry about Roger. But the problem is not just worrying or whatever. We have I had a discussion yesterday with a woman who put her finger on this very well. She phrased it as, or expressed it as a rite of passage for us. Susan Goodfaith said this to me yesterday, that this is a rite of passage, that we have to realize that we have to decide, and until we take responsibility for making a decision, we will suffer the events at hand. Now, people think, ignorant people think that for some reason we're just controversial figures or something, and we're just arguing back and forth. But listen to the arguments. We have arguments for a self-evident, singular solution to two categoric faults and a combination of those two categoric faults, and those being volumetric improprieties and dispositional improprieties, or a combination thereof, and literally those translate to the conventional terms of the volumetric improprieties translate to inflation or deflation. That is, increases or decreases in the volume of circulation per represented property. And the dispositional improprieties translate to, in this particular system that has been imposed about the world, curiously, without any justification whatsoever. Those translate to dispositional improprieties, or maldisposition translates to inherent, irreversible, and therefore terminal multiplication of falsified indebtedness by interest. This multiplication of falsified indebtedness eventually and inevitably engenders a terminal sum of debt which exceeds our capacity to service it from a given circulation, whereafter we can only borrow further, increasing the sum of debt beyond a terminal sum of falsified debt in order to sustain the system. And we're in that stage now where we're hoping that a lack of austerity can pour enough money into circulation that what jobs haven't been destroyed will not be destroyed. It comes down to something so simple as that. This terminal sum of debt in turn destroys our creditworthiness to borrow further. So this is why we are dependent upon government overspending in every country of the world right now to sustain systems which equate to means of terminal dispossession. So we have to solve this issue, plain and simple. It has to be solved. People still are arguing with me about whether interest multiplies debt, and the fact is evident everywhere around you. It was evident in 1968 when I first proved this. It's been evident every moment since, and people argue it. But on what merits? I'm going to play such an argument after I resolve or discuss a few things about the Roger Hayes and the so-called lawful bank situation. Roger is an imitator, an imposter, who doesn't even understand the issues. He claims to understand them. He claims people better understand him because he explains that the interest doesn't exist in circulation, that he denied several times that he had said that. And then I said, well, it is wrong with interest. And you yourselves heard this imposter repeat then what he had just denied he had even said, that the interest doesn't even exist in circulation, therefore you can't pay it, which I've already proven over and over and over again for so many years. Isn't even true, and we proved it again to Roger, because you can pay all the interest and debt in existence from a circulation of a single unit of currency, a single dollar, a single pound, a single yen. You can pay all the debt in eternity, so long as we can earn that back from the banks at that rate. That isn't the problem. The problem is that we can't earn it back from the banks at that rate, and therefore we have to borrow it back from the banks at that rate. So whatever part of that single unit of currency is principal is borrowed back as new debt equal to the old, making it mathematically impossible to pay down the sum of debt, and the interest that we pay out of circulation is borrowed back as new debt, perpetually increasing the sum of debt. The problem isn't that the interest doesn't exist. It's the problem is the only way to maintain a vital circulation perpetually increases the sum of falsified debt until we suffer a terminal sum of falsified debt. So we have to solve this problem. And what is Roger doing by claiming that it's because the interest doesn't exist? If you paid whatever you paid to listen to Roger Hayes at these meetings that he's holding constantly everywhere to deceive you that he's going to save you on problems he didn't resolve, he's lecturing you that these things can't be done by a private bank, and then he's proposing to create a private bank. He's claiming that you're not going to put in any money into this bank, and then you're not asking money, and then he's explaining that you will put money into this bank, and then he's going to give you whatever 10 times as much credit somehow. So he's luring you into giving you your money. The man is a scam artist. Mark my words, he will go to jail if he persists in this. But on the way, which isn't a matter of our concern, but on the way to jail, Roger Hayes is swerving all these people who could understand the problem to thinking it's something else. Now, they've intuited likewise that there's something wrong with interest, but they haven't put their finger on it either. People weren't just walking around all this time that I've been advocating mathematically perfected economy. Understanding the ramifications of interest, understanding that interest is unjustifiable because of the obfuscation of the currency. As soon as I played that card, which I'd been holding to my chest, it emerged in books everywhere by imposters. And you cannot read a page, one page of these books without being assimilating or being presented falsehoods. Falsehood after falsehood after falsehood after falsehood. The obfuscation is so simple it doesn't even deserve a book. It makes a brief essay, and that brief essay is already been published, and you do not need to even pay for it. So what is going on here? These people are just rushing out with someone else's work, claiming they realized it or pretending to give it to us in such a way it's as if it was always obvious to them, and they don't even articulate it correctly, as Roger fails to, as Bill Still failed to, and of course as Bill Still fails to resolve the issues accordingly. Likewise, the same goes for Ellen Hodgson Brown. The same goes for Stephen Zarlinga, so-called American Monetary Institute, the lost science of money. He pretends to resurrect the lost science of money, and then in the end he advocates a reduction of interest, a retention of interest, in other words, in what he calls a Chicago plan, which he didn't author either. I asked him, where did he get this lost science? Where did it exist before? He couldn't say. He never wrote me back again. The reason is he stole from my work. He likewise was inspired by my parable of perfect economy, as if it was history, when in fact it's my words issued through the fictional mouth of Benjamin Franklin. That's how phony all these people are. Now, since these major plagiarisms have occurred, we have countless multiplications of their preposterous pretended authority. We have further expansion of this out ad infinitum, where you don't know who's a monetary authority or what work is even justifiable. Here on TNS, you've heard it over and over again before these books have even come out. These books are being written right now by further imposters. If any of these people had any integrity, why haven't they realized? Obviously they heard it from either its original source or somewhere downstream. If they had integrity, why don't they trace it to its original source? Why haven't they themselves distinguished the original author? And why don't they instead make the book something of an interview or something like that, which is the only credible thing to do? If they wanted to do a book on something which isn't even their topic, it's all copyright and even trademark material that they're plagiarizing. Why don't they instead make it a legitimate exercise? And why doesn't the telephone ring and the author say, Mr. Montagne, I've seen all these things over the internet. I see why, you were the original author of these things. I downloaded your computer models. I see that nobody else has ever even done the math. I see that nobody else can even articulate the problem, much less translate that into a fact of solution, especially when the solution is obviously self-evidently singular. There's one solution to inflation and deflation, and that's to maintain a circulation which is always equal to the remaining value of represented property, and the only way to do that, again, is to pay and to retire principal at the rate of consumption of the related property, which by definition complies or equates to the definition of a promissory obligation. Because a promissory obligation, in turn, has something else which my work uncovers, and that is an obligatory schedule of payment. If you pay for the consumption of the related property, more than the consumption of the related property, then you're paying for more than you consume. And if you pay at less, then you're getting something for nothing. You're getting the part that you're not paying for nothing. So the inherent schedule of payment of a promissory obligation equates to the rate of consumption of the related property. And this is the only way that we have monetary justice, because it and it alone allows us to pay for what we consume with an equal measure of our own production. The very, very, very essence and object of economy. You ask a person, what is money? Well, they frown. They want to say it's something simple, that is, that it's a medium of exchange. And as they say that, wanting that to be the answer, they realize there's something wrong with the present system, and indeed there is. What's wrong with the system is inflation and deflation. We can't suffer inflation, actually, but we're continually reflating the circulation owing to a fact that the currency is deflationary. So that is, the currency comprised of principal obligates us to pay principal and interest out of a circulation comprised of only some remaining principal. So it's deflationary, and so we're constantly reflating the system because it has this deflationary fault in the currency, and the reflation process absorbs new debt equal to the old in reborrowing principal back into circulation, and it increases that sum of debt by reborrowing interest back into circulation. So there's our first fault, and that process engenders or results in our third fault, which I give to be maldisposition or inherent irreversible multiplication of falsified indebtedness by interest, until we suffer an inevitably terminal sum of debt which destroys our creditworthiness to borrow further and results in rapid deflation of the system owing to the terminal sum of debt, which is our current problem, of course. So I've produced the models and all. Why don't these people say, I'd like to do a book on you or a video on you? Why did Bill Still run out and use my very words here and there and everywhere to pretend as if these were his authorities that he developed about economy, and then fail even to resolve them into a solution, proving they're not his authority at all? He can't even master the elementary math to mastering this truly elementary problem. These people are the worst pretenders, and mark my words, when this is all done, Bill Still and Ellen Hodgson Brown and Steven Zarlinga and Roger Hayes and all the likes of these people, everyone with an alternate currency, everyone with a further bank which can't solve our problems, which isn't done the right way, as Roger Hayes isn't doing it the right way, all these people will be considered our worst enemies. They are what divided us, and our willingness not to simply absorb or evaluate their work with closed eyes, not seeing what the ramifications of these things are. We're our own worst enemies. People could complain that, all you do is talk about your plagiarists. Well, I don't. It isn't all I do. I've explained the problem. We have the problem. You can you can download the archives. You can listen to them for free. It's been said already. And the ongoing affair is the plagiarism, the division, the further negation of simple facts at hand. A singular solution to inflation and deflation. A singular solution to inherent, irreversible, and therefore terminal multiplication of falsified indebtedness by interest by a mere publisher of further representations of our promissory obligations, which dispossesses us of all of our production in the end. This is a monumental crime. Can someone say, though, we don't have to solve maldisposition then? Well, sure. In fact, people are saying that all the time. But what is their credibility then? What happens to us if we fail to solve it? We suffer terminal monetary failure. It's coming down around your ears. What happens if we fail to solve inflation and deflation? Well, in the case is we can't suffer inflation, even though people are claiming, other people are claiming that they're going to solve our problems. The Ron Paul camp and Austrian economists are claiming we suffer inflation, saying the Federal Reserve is pouring money into circulation as never before. Well, indeed it is, and the reason it is because the circulation is deflationary. Because it compels us to pay more out of circulation than exists in circulation. And because the only process of reflating the circulation assumes an ever-escalating sum of debt until we suffer a terminal sum of debt. But the Austrians are advocates of interest and banking. End the Fed. That's going to solve our problems. No, that's a word, Fed. What it pertains to is a conglomeration of 12 private banks which are made the central bank of all this, and a process which is inherently terminal. Take those 12 banks out of the equation, divide them up into the 12 banks they are. Ron Paul isn't proposing to actually destroy them. Split them up. End the Federal Reserve Act. All right? What does that leave? It leaves banking. Austrian economists and Ron Paul himself are advocates of banking. You've heard Ron Paul imply over and over and over again that elevated rates of interest would have discouraged us from borrowing excessively. Well, that's not true at all. They would discourage us, but that isn't the end of the matter, because we have to borrow in order to maintain the circulation. We have to borrow more and more and more. And how much more is predicated by the rate of interest. The higher the rate of interest, the more interest you have to borrow back into circulation as new debt above the former sum of debt. Therefore, higher rates of interest only escalate the multiplication of falsified indebtedness and escalate the failure then. Because at higher rates of interest, we realize a terminal sum of debt all the further, because a lesser sum of debt is terminal because of all the interest on it. So you can plug those numbers into my Excel spreadsheets, which have been around since the early 90s, or the computer models I provided the Reagan administration, which has been around since the early 80s. Been online all this time. Available at colleges, bulletin boards, 10 years before the present formal internet. Before we had HTTP and HTML and web pages and websites. You'd log into public bulletin boards and you could download my material, which was the first monetary reform material on the internet, and still the only solution. And anybody who actually has another solution only has my solution, so they're not authoring it. They're pretending that they authored it. It existed before them, and they give all these things different names like Bebo currency and whatnot, and they don't even indicate how you would have resolved these issues, how you would have understood these problems. So what are we doing? All we're doing is shooting ourselves in the foot over and over and over and over again. We might think that perhaps these crimes aren't as serious as they are, and the casual person would tend to think so. But I received a link from one of our good people the other day, and it's I want to give you the URL to this page. It's hmrc.gov.uk DMB/MANUAL/DMB/MANUAL/DMB/M5127750.htm. The page is HM Revenue and Customs. And in the title area of the page, it's DMB M5 12750 Customer Contact and Data Security, Obscure Responses from Customers. Well, so this page appears in the wake of the controversy between Roger Hayes and myself. And the significance of this page is that it's Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs is the government. The government, for some reason. Did you, over there in the United Kingdom, did you advocate that the government protect us, ostensibly, from debtors who are being fully dispossessed through bankruptcy and foreclosure now, owing to this obfuscation of the currency? Did you ask the government to protect the obfuscators of the currency? Well, this is what's happened. And why has it happened? Because Roger Hayes is pretending to be an authority, and he has misrepresented our vital arguments to resolve this issue. He's gone out, evidently, and is pretending to help people by providing some shabby representation of the only legal arguments about this case, and yet obviously they're miscited, and he's actually just compelling people to do the simple, easy thing without understanding this. Just pay your debts off with a promissory obligation. Well, this isn't what we're advocating. And if you listen to last week's program, for example, which may be where Roger got this and why this response is happening, but we've advocated instead that we're contesting in court the obfuscation of the currency by going through an act not to claim to pay the debt, but to claim to resolve the falsified debt. There's a huge difference. Because if we're claiming to pay the debt, we're claiming that we can issue currency like that likewise. We're not claiming that at all. We're not claiming that it resolves the actual obligation of the which inheres to the promissory obligation that we issued. We're saying that we do have a debt, that we have a rightful debt that has to be paid at the rate of consumption of related property, which translates to a fact that we're approximately 12 times ahead on our schedule of payment, and that our payments are about 1/12 what they are now under the present obfuscation when we resume them 12 times down the road. In other words, if we paid for 5 years against a mortgage and we're 6 months in arrears now, or 5.5 years from the beginning, or down the road of the beginning of the mortgage term, under mathematically perfected economy, the 5 years that we've paid for equate to approximately 12 times that under mathematically perfected economy, or 60 years. Being as another 6 months have transpired, we're 5.5 years into this period of payment, which means since we won't resume payments until year 60, because that's how far we've prepaid under mathematically perfected economy, we don't even have another payment for 54.5 years. That resolves our foreclosure period. We're not behind. We're way ahead. Why are we way ahead under mathematically perfected economy? Because we stripped the issue to what the people desire, and that is a medium of exchange. HM Revenue and Customs is attempting to impose this and protect the obfuscators of our currency, the modern day money changers, all the further. What are they doing here? An increasing number of debtors aim to deliberately stall recovery of debts by referring to obscure legislation, payment methods, etc. It is difficult to produce a comprehensive list, they say, which is an excuse for not producing a comprehensive list. But you should look out for the following. This is for processors of debt. So if you're a representative of a bank, any kind of credit entity, a repossession entity. These are the things that you are to deny the people, thanks to Roger Hayes going out and arguing our arguments and setting a precedent against us already. Mr. Plagiarist, Pretender, Imposter, Roger Hayes has already succeeded in doing this. And how do we know that? HM Revenue and Customs gives 2 links to spurious websites from which this information is coming. And what are they? They're not people for mathematically perfected economy. Of course not. They wouldn't dare cite the prevailing arguments. They're from Roger Hayes, lawfulrebellion.org and tpuc.org. Roger Hayes has already set the precedent against us, and this page, which I gave the URL for, is evidence of it. It's already being planned against us, thanks to Roger Hayes, an imposter. Now, as I say, Roger Hayes is going to jail. Number one, this bank is not a lawful bank, and as people over there are calling it awful bank, it should be known for eternity. I have sent to people practically a gigabyte of YouTube videos and screenshots and code to lawful bank, awful bank pages. In these videos, for example, we have Roger Hayes advocating to his audience that the creation of money belongs in government. Well, he's merely imitating work that he doesn't understand, because that isn't exactly, it should be administrated through government, because we want common processes of certifying creditworthiness, determining rate of payment, and enforcing payment, which belong in government. But the issuance is still private. The difference is it's not private to a banking system. It's private to everyone who has to monetize the production that they're going to consume in order for an economy to operate perfectly without any further attendance whatsoever. Simply this, the obligatory schedule of payment of mathematically perfected economy regulates so accurately as we determine it, a circulation which is always equal to the remaining value of all represented property, and which enables us in the ability to monetize all things that we desire to monetize, enables us to sustain all the prosperity that we're capable of without cost. So this is why the administration of this belongs to government in what I call a common monetary infrastructure. It takes the place of the banking system, and it certifies our creditworthiness, issues the money to the accounts of the real creditor who gave up property for the promissory obligation, and ensures that the obligor contributes so much to the overall pool of wealth by retiring the payments of principal from their accounts. So this process automatically maintains a circulation which is always equal to the remaining value of all represented property. Roger has blown it for us. Roger has blown it seriously. You think, oh, well, so I'll stay away from that guy. You know, what we really need to do is challenge these people. Bill Still, Ellen Hodgson Brown, Steven Zarlinga, and all their further plagiarists. They won't meet. They won't debate. They won't, people who attend Stevens Arlinga's pathetic AMI conferences, have advocated for many years that he not only include me, but that he pay me even to lecture because I have the answer. All they're trying to do, because they're such imposters, is pretend to develop that answer along the road. Of course, then delaying and deterring us from doing so because the answer already existed. And all the man is doing is carrying out some charade that, he realized what was wrong. And people tell me the guy is not even intelligible. Now, Roger Hayes claims that I'm not, because he says that the reason we can't pay the interest, which isn't the problem, is that it doesn't exist. It's not the problem that we can't pay the interest, and it isn't the problem that it doesn't exist either. It's that the obfuscation of the currency imposes this implicit obligation to maintain a vital circulation, which, owing to the obfuscation of the currency, cannot be fulfilled. That process cannot be carried out without, in any reasonable, plausible manner, without assuming a perpetual escalation of falsified debt, which inevitably engenders a terminal sum of falsified debt, that we become capable of producing and sustaining far more prosperity at all times. Industrial capacities are always improving. The prosperity that we would realize as a result of that is denied to us by perpetually multiplying falsified debt upon us until we're dispossessed of even our means of production. So, again, we have to solve this problem. We have the solution. What are all these people doing but pretending to come up with a solution that existed, a 16-year-old kid, solve these problems in 1968. And you don't need to write a book to give that answer to us. It's already been here. All we have is pretenders. So this HM Revenue, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, or whatever it's called, has produced this material which is advocating to reject any arguments falling along the lines prescribed here. They've got 10 bulleted items. I think there are 10 of them. Let's just read each of these. Some of them won't be germane to my present case here, but some are. Verbose. This is what it's asking people to reject. It is difficult to produce a comprehensive list, but you should look out for the following. Well, it's actually, as we'll see, telling anyone who evaluates any of our arguments that we might present to them, it's telling to reject the arguments on these grounds. Here, the first one is obtuse. It says the first thing that they should look out for is verbose letters which are difficult to understand. Well, of course, anyone could say that this obfuscation of the currency is difficult to understand. Many people who've heard it over and over again still can't articulate it themselves. It isn't something that we can say how we figured it out as ourselves even, yet people claim to, on the other hand. So, nonetheless, if you followed our Freedom of Information Act inquiry against the Bank of England, they claimed that the letters were verbose and difficult to understand. They, though we provided them in their simplest form at first, and then when we expanded on them, then they claimed they were entirely verbose and difficult to understand, and that they even consume too much time to understand them. Well, that's the problem. that is imposed upon us, because this obfuscation of the currency, it's a whole pack of lies. The thing we call economy is a process that can only multiply redundant costliness upon us in the form of an escalating sum of falsified debt that merely increases the cost of servicing an escalating sum of falsified debt. So economy, this lie that we call economy, is all based on this obfuscation of the currency, which itself is a pack of lies, that we're borrowing money from entities which merely publish further representations of our promissory obligations at negligible cost, obfuscating our promissory obligations into falsified debts to the bank, laundering all the principal that's ever created into their unrightful and unwarranted possession, without ever justifying these processes to us, and they've been imposed in every country of the world as if the people have approved them, and there is no record whatever anywhere in the world of such an approval, much less the arguments of which we would approve, because nothing even describes the actual facts at hand. So, verbose letters which are difficult to understand are to be rejected. Letters accompanied by affidavits, notices of fault, notices of default, and opportunity to cure are to be rejected. Where the debtor fails to make payment but does not explain clearly why they are not making payment, that's something to look out for. Debtor states they are paying by negotiable instrument or promissory note. Thank you, Roger Hayes. Or there is reference to the Bills of Exchange Act of 1882. Irrelevant. Debtor states in the letter that failure by HMRC to respond by a particular date will result in an irrevocable agreement. Baloney. You don't even have agreement from the other party. Debtor states that they reject your offer of title. For example, if the debtor is Mr. John Smith, the debtor rejects the use of Mr., stating they should be addressed as John of the Smith family. Debtor writes their address as being care of address and qualifies the address as being non-domestic without the United Kingdom, with a postcode frequently written within square brackets, such as, gives an example, BD98 space 8AA. Debtor asks for confirmation that none of their previous payments have been spent in connection with the occupation of Afghanistan and Iraq. Well, right, I believe in conscientious objection, but they're denying us that power, and it's not the issue at hand in resolving our debts. We have a falsification of indebtedness to a banking system subject to a process which can only multiply the original initial falsification of indebtedness into terminal falsified indebtedness. That prevents us from even fulfilling the contracts which we agreed to assume a debt. And the only resolution of the matter is mathematically perfected economy. And the final bulleted point, which is to be rejected, is explicitly, there is a strong similarity to specimen letters or wording taken from websites such as lawfulrebellion.org and tpuc.org, which are Roger Hayes pages. Since I straightened Roger out on interest and promissory obligations, now anything alleging to pay the debt with a promissory note, or anything with a strong similarity to specimen letters or wording taken from Roger's websites, imitating my work in such a way as is flawed and would never stand in court, is now discredited, and the fine nuances between the arguments that we want to present and what Roger has given incorrectly are such that a pattern will be presumed in court, that a court precedent has been established by Roger's poor imitations of the work, the only work that's going to save us, which proves an obfuscation of the currency and doesn't pretend to pay the debt by issuing a promissory obligation, but instead asserts that if the banking system can falsify a creation of value in mere further representations of our own promissory obligations, that we have an equal right to do the same, which of course is not a right that we claim, because it would not establish a just monetary system if everyone could create promissory obligations which are irredeemable and which establish no value because they have no principle. The principles of mathematically perfected economy are the only principles that establish value and ensure it, which is also necessary to upholding the facts established by any such contract. So Roger has ruined us. And I think it's only right that we relate to Roger for what Roger is. Mark my words, he will go to jail if he makes a single move to create this bank, which isn't a lawful bank, which can't be created in the law, which he would know if he'd done the least due diligence. Roger's working with other scam artists to create some kind of facade that you're going to put your money in and it's going to fail. And they're going to abscond with the funds. It's written all over it. He's just a scam artist. And when he does this, he will go down. Meanwhile, he's dividing us. He's just ruined a vital precedent. A vital precedent. We have to save people from foreclosure by contesting this obfuscation of the currency. If the banks can do it, then we can do it. But we are carefully not claiming. We are carefully making it clear that we are not claiming to resolve the promissory obligation that's been falsified to a debt to the bank subject to interest, unless it's warranted that the bank do that itself. We're not doing that to say that it's right to do things that way. We're saying that if it's right for the bank, it would be right for us, but that can't be right. We're not asking the court to acknowledge that that's the payment of our promissory obligations. Obviously, it isn't. We're saying instead that it resolves the falsified debt alone, which isn't to the banking system, which remains an obligation to pay and to retire principal from circulation. So Roger got it wrong again, and he screwed up our argument. He's established a precedent against us. Man belongs behind bars, because he's only doing this to steal from whoever's stupid enough to put their money in his lawful bank. If he could just create credit, he already would have. He can't create the sums of credit that he's claiming he can create. He's attempting to lure you to put money in his purportedly lawful bank, which isn't lawful at all. And he'll find that out when he does any of the things that he's advocated to do. Meanwhile, all the people who are losing their houses can thank Roger Hayes for establishing a court precedent against us. Thank you, Roger Hayes. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about today is during last week's program, there was a person in the TNS chat rooms who was deriding me the whole while. You're familiar with him. He goes by the handle Philo, which is Philo, short for Philo Platt. He won't even identify himself who he is. After the show, I just think it's incumbent upon us that you become aware of what kind of efforts are made to explain matters, even to the lowliest, worst people on this earth. Years ago, people put Roger Hayes together with myself. I have a recorded discussion with Roger Hayes. He was a freaking idiot. The reason these people arranged this is because ostensibly he had much influence over there. They have some paper and some purportedly constitutional group, which obviously isn't constitutional at all if he's actually so awry of the law that he claims this bank is lawful. Lawful by what standard? None of the material on these pages even indicate. But these people are scam artists, all of them. This person, Philo, who was deriding me, no sooner began the program and his first post was something like 30 seconds into this thing and he's already used the O word, obfuscation. Many people have raised at least some mild objection to that word, and no one has come up with a better word yet. Obfuscation indicates the very things. Look for the synonyms of obfuscation. There are none. Yet obfuscation is to purposely confuse by whatever means are available, mistitling parts, pretending that you're borrowing money that never existed, pretending that that's a debt to the banking system, which merely publishes a further representation of your promissory obligation, pretending that this lie of borrowing means that there's property or entitlement of the banking system which is at risk, which justifies the further lie then that interest is warranted. There isn't a proof that interest is warranted at all. And as an example of that, I'd like to cite what HM Revenue and Customs is saying to justify, as much as would justify interest. It treats interest. Why? Evidently, they're relating to some arguments which have risen somewhere against interest. And of course, where do those originate? They originate in this obfuscation of the currency, which invalidates that interest is warranted, and in my further work, which proves that interest is inherently terminal. So not only is it unwarranted and unjustifiable and a crime against us, it's a terminal crime that can only precipitate in the present conditions, which mean that these HM Revenue and Customs agents have to respond to a situation which is artificially imposed upon us. We're not just suddenly unable to work. We're not suddenly undesiring to work. We're not suddenly incapable of producing. We haven't exhausted natural resources. The need to consume production hasn't ceased. What's happened? What's happened is this obfuscation of the currency has multiplied terminal indebtedness upon us. And we can no longer function because of it. Because all that we can produce is consumed by the banking system in an unwarranted transfer of wealth to the banking system, which is merely a publisher of our currency, merely a publisher of further representations of our promissory obligations. So this is what HM Revenue and Customs says in its attempts to justify interest. Evidently, is a response to the agents who probably aren't going to even supply this answer to appellants such as we the people, who are to be denied any verbose arguments which would establish that interest is unwarranted, unjustified, that there's an obfuscation of the currency, that it's inherently terminal, that this precipitates in a condition which is a violation of contract law itself, because one party cannot impose conditions on the other, however implicit, which conditions make it impossible eventually for the other party to fulfill the contract. We didn't engage in a mortgage contract just to slough it off to skate on payment. What happened is the obfuscation put us out of work, and even if it hasn't put us out of work, it's limited our income, and it's increased the costs imposed upon that income until we can't meet the difference. So anyway, this is what HM Revenue and Customs says about interest, to justify it evidently. Interest is charged to provide a measure of fairness between those customers who pay on time and those who, for whatever reason, pay late. Profound. Also, interest is used to compensate the exchequer for the loss of the use of the funds. That's utter bullshit. It isn't their funds. Money's created as a representation of our promissory obligation. It doesn't belong to the banking system. It's not the property of the banking system. It doesn't represent the property of the banking system. It never represents the property of the banking system, because the principal isn't the property of the banking system, and because interest isn't warranted or justifiable, and therefore there's no way even to launder any of this into the possession of the banking system, except perhaps a tiny, minuscule profit on that even tinier, minuscule cost of publishing or creating further representations of our promissory obligations. And the only time that they actually publish a representation is when there's physical money, and that's a fraction of all money. The rest is just record keeping, virtually zero cost. So the profit on that would be, if any, would be the tiny cost for operating such a data center as our common monetary infrastructure, except that we're proposing to do this without any profit whatsoever, because all we really want to do is create a common instrument for justly administering to our commerce, which we necessarily monetize through promissory obligations. So we create this simple process that certifies creditworthiness and performs the payment, and provides for enforcement of payment when there is a lack of funds, which means that, again, in default, property would be confiscated. Default, of course, would be minuscule under mathematically perfected economy, because the costs over time are approximately 1/12 as much in general. So anyway, this goes on. That was the first two sentences were the first paragraph. There's only one further paragraph in this justification of interest to all the agents. So an agent is going to go about imposing this terminal, unjustifiable obfuscation of the currency, because interest is justified ostensibly by what I've just read. Interest is charged to provide a measure of fairness. What is the fairness? It doesn't say how interest makes this fairness, because in order to do so, it's got to justify how interest is actually a cost to the banking system, when in fact it has no property at stake. It has no risk. Once you have paid so much interest as the principal, no further risk would exist, and you would actually then convert the payments of interest instead toward principal if it was a case that there was a risk. Because once so much as the principal is paid, no further risk exists. You don't go on charging interest if saying there was a risk when no risk can exist because you paid the principal. This is preposterous that the whole world just kneels to this damn thing. This terminal obfuscation of the currency. These modern day money changers is all we have here. These are the people that put Christ on the cross because interest is fair. And he shouldn't have stood up against these people. Interest is charged to provide a measure of fairness between those customers who pay on time and those who, for whatever, pay late. What could be more preposterous? Also, interest is used to compensate the exchequer for the loss of the use of the funds. It's not even their funds. Bullshit. Next paragraph. The legislation covering the charging of interest has been introduced over a long period of time. Sure it has. Because we've been oppressed for a long period of time. Exactly that same amount of time. And covers many charges and duty types. Whoop-dee-doo. They made a bunch of names for the ways that they steal from us. The way that they steal from this. The rules of calculating interest often differ across the range of charges, duties, and various customer groups. For example, we don't even have to read what the rest of it says. We penalize those who can't pay the most, right? The poorest we take the most from to keep them poor. For example, it says employers, self-employed, and companies. Okay, so did that justify interest? Is that a license for an agent of this HM Revenue and Customs to impose a terminal obfuscation of our own promissory obligations on behalf of an unwarranted and unassented banking system which has never been justified in history so that it can persist in this crime? No, all they're doing is preserving the crime, hoping that they have equally evil or wicked agents who will assume that just justified interest. So go to these pages and look at these documents and amaze yourself what your government is doing to preserve banking and its crimes upon us. Government is acting at the behest of bankers and bankers alone. So I'd like to play this fellow Philo. Ivan called him and did a very polite job of trying to explain Philo's issues. He was posting over and over again, who's going to be able to withstand, how is this CMI going to be able to withstand the rush of debt borrowers who are going to rush to the CMI when they're not borrowers, of course. We're issuing promissory obligations, which are an obligation not to assume a debt, but to pay for what we consume as we consume of it. So we don't have a debt for the whole car unless we consume the whole car. We have a debt for however long we want to hold title for the car until someone else will assume title and the remaining promissory obligation. And all the while, that's not to assume debt because each part of the lifespan of the car or whatever it is that we're consuming, as it transpires, we're paying for it. So no debt exists. We're just paying for consumption at the rate at which we consume the related property. So though this question was answered several times, Philo kept posting, and so this is the kind of thing that people see in the TNS chat rooms and any kind of forum where people who make no legitimate attempt to master the issues at hand or to recognize the answers when they're given, even in a conclusive manner. They make no attempt to do these things at all, and yet all they do is raise objection after objection after objection. Now, I personally hold that Philo can do whatever else he wants to do. But if we ourselves attempt to or intend to maintain a forum for people who are interested in actual solution, which always is a matter of proving solution. We have proved over and over again a singular solution to inflation and deflation. And what's Philo going to say about that? Doesn't have to happen. Doesn't say how it doesn't have to happen. It says it doesn't have to happen. We've demonstrated why you would certify creditworthiness, because you have an incumbent responsibility not to allow issuance of promissory obligations which won't be fulfilled, because you have to enforce promissory obligations, that is, the payment of promissory obligations, to maintain the integrity of the currency. He likewise says that that doesn't have to happen either. So without further ado, I'm just going to, because he agreed, I called him after Ivan reported that he'd attempted to educate this fellow and carefully and politely answer his questions, and Ivan did a tremendous job of it. In the end, it was obvious this person had no intent whatsoever to understand the issues, to fathom the problem, or to honor a fact of solution at all. And in the end, this person that's doing this even advocates that he has a solution. And I urge you, therefore, to listen to him ever so carefully to determine yourselves if he, in fact, ever even implicitly demonstrates such a fact that he solves anything. The reason, of course, is to understand whether we should allow people like this to participate in our forums. Frankly, as far as I'm concerned, if you know the answer, the rest of us should be interested in hearing it. If you can disprove a fact of singular solution, the rest of us are interested in hearing it. But I've had the finest mathematicians in the world, wouldn't even be tempted to conjure some possibility of an alternate solution, or a fact that this mathematically perfected economy is not a solution, because it's so straightforward, so concrete, that when you define inflation as an increase in circulation and deflation as a decrease in circulation per represented property, the only thing that solves both is self-evident, that it's to maintain a circulation which is always equal to the remaining value of represented property. It's self-evident. That's obvious just from the definitions, that one's an increase and the other's a decrease, and the only thing that's neither is something which is always equal to the remaining value of represented property. Period. There's no question of it. The higher the mathematician, the more they realize that there's no question. There's absolutely no question. There isn't even any further possibility. And then again, the reason that there's a singular solution to inherent, irreversible, and therefore terminal multiplication of falsified indebtedness in proportion to a circulation is that interest isn't justified, because the banking system never gives up anything of lawful consideration commensurable to the debts they falsify to themselves. They have no property at stake except the negligible costs of publishing any physical money that's ever produced. And if interest were to be charged, it would be on that and that alone. which in the early 70s was a tenth of a cent per bill, regardless of denomination. $10,000 bill cost the same as a $1 bill to publish into circulation, but the interest would be charged against only the case of physical money and relative to the actual property at stake, which is the negligible cost of publication. Being as they don't have a tiny fraction of the principal then at stake, interest is not justified on the principal. Moreover, the debt isn't to the banking system. It's an obligation to pay and retire principal from circulation because the bank is a faux creditor. They are not real creditors. They gave up no property commensurable to the obligation. Being as a real creditor gave up property for the obligation translates then to the obligor's obligation to pay and to retire principal from circulation, which makes their production an equal volume of production available to the creditor who has evidence in money of entitlement to take possession of an equal reward for their production. So these are the arguments that Philo made against mathematically perfected economy when I spoke to him after Ivan. So two people gave many hours of their day to a person such as this who refuses even to identify himself.
Am I coming through good?
You're coming through fine. Can you hear me all right, Philo?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Hey, what's your real name? Or do you give that out?
I prefer to stay anonymous as possible.
Huh. All right. Well, anyway, another thing to tell you about is I always record my discussion. So if that's adverse to you, then, I can shut this recorder off. But in truth, I prefer to document everything that I do. So is that a problem?
No.
Okay, good. I listened to that discussion you had with Ivan, which I suppose was yesterday. Also, of course, I'm aware, evidently, that you're under the impression I didn't answer your questions to your satisfaction online somehow, which, of course, 3 times you asked how the first person was going to be handled or who would be first, whatever it was you were trying to get out. What I'm wondering is if you're willing to have your questions and answers and excuse me, I'm getting another call. I'm going to have to decline it there a second. If you're willing to, have your questions and answers part of a broadcast talk to here. So I really have just a brief time now. I'd like to explain in detail to you. You were asking, evidently, the intent of your question related to evidently doubts you must have that common monetary infrastructure could handle the requests that it would be imposed upon it. Is that an accurate translation of your question, or would you like to restate it?
Well, that's partly true. Yeah, I mean...
Well, I don't want to answer to what's partly true. I want to answer to what your question is. So perhaps you should rephrase it so that we clearly understand what your controversy is, or what you're intending to understand, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I'm asking, how is it determined who is financed?
Okay. That is answered quite clearly through my work, but to reiterate it, the creditworthiness of the issuer is certified, and of course the generic means of doing that are an assessment of whether or not their earnings or existing wealth are sufficient to service a promissory obligation paid off and retiring principal at the rate of consumption of the related property. So, if a society decided that it wanted to implement linear rates of consumption or depreciation for a property, which is not what I advocate, but for the sake of understanding, it's how I'm explaining it to you now. We can move on to more nuanced handling of the issue after a basic fundamental understanding is established. But so then, a linear rate of consumption or depreciation would be determined by dividing the prospective lifespan of the property into the initial value that's to be monetized. We're not loaning money. We're issuing promissory obligations free of exploitation, which is really what's happening in the present banking system, except that they are subject to exploitation, of course. So, what happens is the 100 years is a lifespan is divided into a $100,000 value of a home, for instance, which is to be monetized, coming out with $1,000 per year or $83.33 a month. Your existent wealth or income is examined. If you've got enough free income, spending money that is, to account for $83.33 a month, monthly payments against this promissory obligation that you would be issuing through the common monetary infrastructure, then the real creditor who gives up the home for the promissory obligation is credited the $100,000 in their accounts, and from your accounts the payments are deducted automatically by the CMI. So, in other words, it's just as if you make any regular kind of transaction, and either the funds already exist in your accounts or your income suffices to account for the payments. A regular mathematic formula, whichever we decide it to be in our society, which is a standard that we're holding the software processes of the CMI to, is implemented automatically by the CMI. So as to backlogs or tremendous loads that might be produced on such software and hardware of a data center, of course, if there was something preclusive about the challenges of that, then banking systems and these local currencies, of course, wouldn't be able to handle it, the loads either. But of course, that's not the case, and there are generic processes for dealing with those kinds of issues, and basically they amount to this. A request is to process a transaction is queued up. It's added to a queue. And each of those transactions then, which relate to your account, the creditor's account, and the amount, including the lifespan and the method of depreciating or calculating the consumption of the property, they comprise the transaction which would sit on a queue. Then that would be distributed to open threads of a data center, which would process these queued up transactions in line. This is the very kind of thing that's done in a banking system by its transaction handling software. So this is just generic processing. So when the transaction is is handled by a thread of an available CPU. An audit trail is created that transaction was processed, and the account balances of your accounts are maintained by processing an auditing trail directly or by a similar method of processing what would be a parallel to the auditing trail. So the auditing trail is stored somewhere else so that account balances can be restored even after catastrophic failure of the operating system or environment. And that's how it's done. So there isn't any problem with handling the number of queues. No one decides who is first, last, second, third, whatever. The transactions are simply processed in the order that they're submitted.
I guess I should have been more specific. When is somebody going to be financed? How is it determined when?
Immediately.
So everybody that shows up at the foundry is going to be financed at once.
At once is your concept, which isn't an actual fact. Nobody submits a queue in the exact same small division of a millisecond that that would put it in the same place as somebody else. There's no conflicting order. What would happen is these are queued up. Now you think that there's some physical or temporal condition which would clog these up or something. Is that what your question is about? Because that doesn't happen. As soon as one is received in a very fraction of a millisecond of processing time, it's added to the queue, and the one behind it comes in behind it. Now, if they collided at the exact moment, same moment in time, they wouldn't be processed in the exact same moment of time. It would be decided by the processing software that one or the other is handled in front of the other. But it doesn't matter because you're only processing them a millisecond or a fraction of a millisecond apart. So there's no problem with collisions, if that's what your concern is. And I'm not just spewing this out at you. I've been a software engineer since the early 1980s. I've written millions and millions of lines of software code dealing with these issues.
I'm sorry, I'm being distracted right now. So you're saying that everybody that shows up at the foundry for...
You don't even have to show up at the foundry. Excuse me. For example, right now you might carry around a debit card or a credit card. If the United States, for example, decided to deploy the system with debit cards or their likeness, you would go through the grocery store and you would submit your card, which represented your identity and accounts, to the common monetary infrastructure. And payment would just be executed from your account. So you don't need to carry cash around with you any longer. And we might provide, for instance, that you could have alternative methods of certifying your identification. You might have a retinal scan, or you might have a signature that's compared to a signature record. Whatever you decide, whatever the society decides it wants to implement in the way of security, as we do now. These aren't things that we don't resolve already. So whatever we decide suffices and is agreeable to us, we do. And so you just carry this card around with you, and today you want to buy a house on your way to Florida. You're passing from New York through Kentucky. You see a house in Kentucky you'd like to have. Well, you make $1,000 a week. You don't own a house. You've got a house in Kentucky that's going to cost you $80 a month, and you got a house in Florida that's going to cost you $50 a month. You can buy them both on the same day. Why? Because you've got plenty of free spending money, which you just committed by issuing a promissory obligation. You do it right through that little card, and the transactions are handled immediately just by software which executes a mathematic process which certifies your creditworthiness. If indeed you want to make those purchases, why should we slow you down? So they're just executed immediately. Title is transferred to your name. The real creditors who give up the property for your promissory obligations are credited, and then the payments begin to be deducted from your account according to whatever contract you've just signed.
So you don't think that everybody within the region that this is implemented is at once going to demand...
Even if they did, it's not a problem. You're imagining it's a problem somehow. How would it be a problem? If you could demonstrate that it was a problem, you would have to prove that software and hardware can't handle the traffic. But the same traffic is happening right now everywhere around you. It's being processed in a banking system. Okay, so there isn't an issue there.
Right now, it is. There is a limited cash supply. Okay.
Well, there isn't a limited cash supply in mathematically perfected economy.
So you can give everybody $100,000 credit limit.
No, you can't give everybody. I didn't say that. The creditworthiness has to be certified. Once you dedicate your creditworthiness to whatever you want to monetize, then you're saturated. You can't be given any more money. So nor can anyone else, because you exceed your creditworthiness. Your creditworthiness and what you desire to do is a limitation of what you can do. Because you have to be creditworthy, because otherwise money doesn't represent anything.
So everybody that is creditworthy, in your opinion...
It's not a matter of opinion.
Okay, everybody that is creditworthy is going to be given a credit limit all at once to spend to the limit of that credit limit.
Now, hold on. Given a credit limit, no. We are deciding as a society, for instance, if you have a natural credit limit, okay, because your earning can only be certified to pay for so much as it is, okay? So that's not a matter of opinion. But suppose a society, such as our own country, decided to replace Social Security, for example, with compulsory savings during your working lifespan, which you chose to be the length of your retired lifespan. In order to maintain the same standard of living, we required that people save half of their income. All right, let's just say that was something for hypothetical purposes. Then your creditworthiness becomes not a matter of opinion, but that after half of your income is saved away in an escrow account from which it can be spent during retired life under whatever conditions we decide to impose upon ourselves. Then it's not a matter of opinion that your creditworthiness is decided out of what is left. And if what is left is sufficient to feed you, suppose we impose a standard that a person has to set aside so much of their income for each person that they're supporting and feeding. Okay? So that is set aside out of the remaining earnings, and what remains as free spending money out of all of whatever conditions we decide to impose upon ourselves is your creditworthiness. And if there's enough creditworthiness for you to buy this second or third house in Florida, then so be it. If likewise we decide to impose a restriction that no one owns a second house until everyone owns a first house, then being as you might own a first house already, then you're denied the transaction on that account. And all these things is rules that software recognizes and applies to your transaction. So it looks at your accounts and which include this information about you, that you're servicing a debt to a house that you own already. So, or that you've paid for a house and you are the possessor of it. So it sees it and analyzes the rule that you can't buy a second house if you own a first house, and it denies you the transaction. And it would notify you why right then and there. You're at the real estate office, you want to execute the contract, they process your debit card, and it says, well, you already own a house. We have a rule that nobody can buy a second house until everyone owns a first house. So, and this is something we decide. It's not my opinion, but these are the way that the rules are applied. And creditworthiness is a matter of whether or not your earnings or wealth are sufficient to afford the purchase. The other rules that we decide to apply are whatever we decide to do. So it's a republic, and we decide how we want to manage our monetary affairs. And so whatever rules we decide to impose upon ourselves, they're just automatically implemented. It isn't decided on is this guy of the blue race and this guy of the green race, or did this guy come first and this guy come second. Everybody's just processed according to the rules.
Now, you were saying something about savings. Now, obviously, for anybody to have any savings, there has to be promissory obligations for that money to exist, right?
Right. And likewise, to save, that's not the only requisite. To save, you have to have a representation of entitlement to the overall pool of wealth, which is this promissory obligation. It has to represent that entitlement. It wouldn't even act as savings if the money isn't redeemable in actual wealth of whatever kind that promissory obligation must be redeemable in for savings to have the very effect of savings. Otherwise, you might suck it away and it becomes null and void, or it diminishes in value, or it might even increase in value, which would be to the cost of whoever produced wealth. So, because they would be giving up more production than that money originally would have represented at greater cost to them to fulfill their promissory obligations. And so it's not desirable for the value of money to ever change, and money must be redeemable in order for it to even have the effect of savings. Otherwise, we can't even call it savings, because if it can be destroyed, then the concept of savings itself is destroyed. So you understand those principles, don't you?
Well, I understand that what we perceive a dollar to be worth is of minor relevance to the fact that bankers are fraudulently receiving interest, extracting product from the producing public of this planet. So, yeah, not inflation, minor concern.
If debts are collateralized, how is it possible to suffer inflation? And by inflation, I'm referring to the traditional definition of the term, which is an increase in circulation per represented property. Of course, it's only been a postulate that circulatory inflation causes price inflation, which is a separate thing. But, of course, there is no such theorem in economics. That is, a theorem is a proof of a postulate. There is no theorem in economics proving that circulatory inflation causes price inflation. Particularly, there cannot be such a theorem because if debts are collateralized, as they are, then it's impossible to suffer circulatory inflation. So if you're referring to circulatory inflation, you're referring to something which is non-existent. Now, I understand that people like Ron Paul claim that we suffer circulatory inflation. He claims that because we're pouring more money into circulation than ever before, that this is resulting in circulatory inflation. Well, if it did result in circulatory inflation, then the problems we would suffer would be from a profusion of money. And I heard you yourself claim in your discussion, or acknowledge in your discussion with Ivan, that we suffered a lack of money. Now, the fact of the matter is we do suffer a lack of money. And worse, we furthermore suffer an escalating sum of debt. So we are suffering at every moment more debt than existed before as a consequence of this obfuscation of the currency, which you didn't well explain there in the words that you attempted to, but I assume that's what you're attempting to refer to. And I hope you understand that my work introduced that to the world, that these people, Jessel and Douglas and, on and on and on, didn't introduce that idea. And everything hinges nonetheless upon it because it relates to the nature of the thing that we are deploying as currency now. Being as that's a process which can only multiply falsified debt in proportion to a circulation, it only acts to our further detriment.
Now, in your explanation for what causes inflation, where do defaults factor in?
Well, that's obvious from the definition of inflation and deflation, which are respectively increases or decreases in circulation per whatever we make it. The traditional definition of inflation and deflation was increases or decreases in the volume of circulation per goods and services. As I say, you don't have circulatory inflation on the introductory phase of the life cycle of a currency when you collateralize your debts, because you can't introduce more money into circulation than the value of the property which you are ostensibly or purportedly financing. On the other hand, you can suffer inflation in the remainder of the lifespan if the money stays in circulation beyond consumption of that much value of the property. But under this system, that never happens. And a further thing happens. Under this system, it never happens because property is financed at a fraction of its lifespan, and because the obfuscation of the currency causes us to pay principal and interest out of a circulation comprised only of however much remaining principal. So that remaining principal is what was introduced and remains in circulation related to the property. And we're paying more of that out of circulation at all times against existent debts. Now, in the case of defaults, if defaults left a circulation which exceeded the remaining value of the property, that could only be if nothing had been paid against the property, because only in the beginning of the purported debt to the banking system, only in the beginning of that does the principal in circulation equal the principal of the debt. After that, we pay more and more out of it, and generally the reason for the default is we've paid so much out of the circulation that it's denied further employment to the debtor, et cetera, because of a lacking circulation. So what remains in circulation can only be inflationary if it exceeds the remaining value of the property, and we haven't paid more than that, the remainder out of circulation. And in all cases we have. So in truth, the inflation on the remaining life cycle of currency in circulation doesn't transpire either under this system.
So are you saying under the current system that defaults cause inflation?
The explanation accounts for that exactly. They can only cause inflation if the remaining principal related to the specific debt is greater. The remaining principal in circulation is greater than the principal owed, okay, minus all of the minus on the account of what remains in circulation, minus all the interest that's been paid. And since from the very initial moment of a debt subject to interest, you're paying principal and interest out of circulation, then at some point in the lifespan where that loan goes in default, there's less in circulation related to that debt than the financed property. And that's particularly true since in order to maintain the circulation the whole while, you're financing other property and further property and further property. And in every case of all those debts, you're paying principal and interest out of circulation. So while it might be theoretically possible, you would think, for the remaining circulation related to a given debt to exceed the remaining value of the represented property, it never happens in practice because the whole while of that debt you're paying more and more and more out of circulation, then leaves a circulation which would exceed the remaining value of the property. So now if at default, nonetheless, some principal is stranded in circulation somehow, which you're assuming isn't paid out of circulation ahead or equal to even the remaining value of the property. That doesn't happen either, because what happens is that property is sold to someone else. Someone, a house is foreclosed and somebody else might buy it. And suppose it's even a $150,000 home which is sold for a fraction of its value, $15,000, for example. That $15,000 debt, financed in the banking system, might cause $45,000 to be paid out of circulation. And the issue is that if that is paid out of circulation, 45 against a $15,000 debt with the $15,000 existing in circulation, it wasn't awarded to a creditor. It's just assumed in an account balance against all this is paid, which is paid off. Still, you're paying more out of circulation than exists in circulation. So that isn't inflationary either. Now, in the final count of all this, then, if that exists, if whatever you're assuming might result in circulatory inflation, which is an increase in circulation per goods and services, then if that happened, even under the tremendous 10,000 homes a day going into foreclosure in the United States, even under all that strain, if defaults were resulting in inflation, then the circulation would be increasing relative to the remaining value of all these things. And it's not. If we had inflation, the circulation would exceed the value of all the property around us. Virtually everyone could look in their wallet or in their accounts and they could find as much money there on average per person as all the things around us. And that just isn't the case.
No, the purchasing power of the dollar is going...
I didn't say purchasing power. Circulatory inflation is an increase in money per goods and services. Now the purchasing power of the dollar isn't just related to the proportions, because this obfuscation of the currency multiplies the sum of debt in proportion to the circulation and dedicates ever more of the circulation to servicing debt. You might not realize it when you buy a new or used table for your kitchen and chairs or whatever, that the furniture company, that the furniture producer, etc., in the market as well, are subject to greater indebtedness. And this is affecting all of their costs of operation, and in the case of the market, it's affecting what the market has left to afford. But the price can't go down because industries' obligation to service this escalating sum of debt is imposing greater costs on industry, and so long as it's surviving, it's maintaining margins of solubility above these increasing costs of servicing debt. So interest is what causes all prices to go up, and the only way you can prevent that from happening is eradicating interest, because it multiplies debt in proportion to a circulation. That effect on the purchasing power of money is not circulatory inflation. It's what I call maldisposition. It's this dedication of ever more of the circulation to servicing the escalating sum of falsified debt.
Now, you're saying that principal and interest is the principal is created, the interest is not created. Principal and interest.
No. Plagiarists say that. They say you can't pay the interest because it isn't created. We heard Roger Hayes say that a few weeks ago, and he's mindlessly imitating Ellen Hodgson Brown, who introduced that idea in her plagiarism of my work, which he attempted to restate in that way, which isn't true. It isn't that the interest doesn't exist in circulation that we can't pay it. There isn't a fact that we can't pay it at all. In fact, if you go back to the beginning of each lifespan of these systems, you find that in the beginning, people do pay their interest. Indeed, they do. You know, they pay off their debts. But in order to maintain a circulation, they're likewise borrowing further. Okay, and this increases, they have to, because otherwise you said in your discussion with Ivan that we could basically just earn these things back from the bank. But that's a physical impossibility, because in the end of the lifespan of such a system, you have to account for, you have to maintain a circulation by basically financing everything. All right, and everything is equal to the principal, and in order to pay off the principal, we have to earn all the principal back. This isn't just one person. All of us have to be earning all the principal back, and we have to be earning all of the interest as well. And that isn't even physically possible, because the principal equals the sum of all things, and the interest exceeds that. So it isn't even possible for the bank to consume our production to the extent that it's possible to avoid further multiplication of falsified indebtedness under the obfuscation in the end of the lifespan of the system. So it isn't even possible to do what you're saying.
What am I saying?
Well, you're saying that we could prevent debt from increasing or maintain a circulation without borrowing principal and interest back into circulation from the banking system, into our general possession. I generally use the term general circulation, and which is defined in my glossary as the possession of industry and commerce, as opposed to possession of money by the banking system. So while Austrian economists and other detractors may argue, well, the money is still in circulation, yet it's in the possession of a banking system from which we can only get it either of two ways: by borrowing it back into circulation, or by earning it from the banking system. And what I just said is it's not possible for all of us to earn all of that back from the banking system so that it returns to circulation without increasing indebtedness. Not only is it not possible on a theoretical sense or on a concrete mathematical sense of the numbers that exist and the implications of the magnitude of further earning from the banking system, which obviously has no need to consume so much of our production. You're basically asking us to you're saying that we could just sell all of our production to the banking system to account for all this, and that just can't happen. If it did happen, the banking system wouldn't have any means of perpetrating its crimes against us, which isn't desirable to the banking system, but it likewise has neither a need nor a capacity to consume so much from us, because we have to give all of our production plus interest away to the banking system in terms of its consumption in the end of this, and that isn't even physically possible.
Well, we both agree that every penny of interest paid to a bank is fraud, I assume, right? First of all.
Well, that's what my original work has been since 1968. Right. Yes, but not only the interest that the bank launders the principal into its possession is also unjustifiable, because all the banking system does is absorb the negligible costs of publishing the money. So, and very little money is represented by physical forms. So generally it's just record keeping, which has virtually zero cost. But in the case that it's physical money, in the early 1970s, for example, it cost 1/10 of a cent per bill, regardless of denomination, to issue physical money into circulation. That is paper money.
Right.
And the problem, of course, isn't that it's paper. The problem is that it's this obfuscation of our promissory obligations. But my work introduces, those things, and I've spent 40 years arguing against attacks from every side against these things. So the only reason that you're saying these things, today, comes from my work. I haven't even heard a person yet who can explain how they figured that out themselves. I mean, people claim that they just understood these things all the time. But you just said a while ago, for instance, that we can't pay the interest because it doesn't exist. That isn't true at all. The problem is that we are going to sustain a circulation from which we can pay the interest, which circulation never increases. The problem is the obfuscation of the currency decreases the circulation constantly, even by an ever-escalating rate. And so we have to replenish or reflate the circulation of what we're paying out of it. And it isn't that we can't pay the interest. It's that so long as we do, we have to borrow further, which increases the sum of debt and the cost and amount of interest that we're paying out, until eventually we suffer a terminal sum of debt. And that isn't that we can't pay the interest, because we are paying the interest. We are paying the interest until we suffer a terminal sum of debt, which exceeds our creditworthiness to borrow further and maintain a vital circulation. And that's why the circulation disappears as it is right now. And the only thing that's keeping anything in circulation is federal overspending, which is breaking the rules of the system itself. The federal government is broke. It's broken. It's bankrupt. It's been bankrupt for 30 years. And the only way that money is getting into circulation is pouring into circulation, which is what Ron Paul is claiming is circulatory inflation. They're just pouring money into circulation. Well, that isn't even the math of the problem. The rest of the problem is how much we're paying out of circulation into the possession of the banking system. You see, and the only way we're getting it back is by borrowing further. And you read in the papers all the time how that's done. The Federal Reserve buys government securities.
Yeah. Read in the papers. Now, am I to believe that while the banking industry is able to commit fraud as a matter of course on a daily basis,
yes,
that anything I read in the newspaper has anything to do with reality?
Well, something might have something to do with reality. Why would they admit that they're buying government securities? You know, I mean, do you think they're lying about that? I mean, they lie about all kinds of things. I'm not denying that they give you a tiny fraction of the truth, in part to perpetrate or to perpetuate a huge deception, which only leads to your destruction. I'm not saying that the news is true. But in fact, I mean, that's a negative thing to admit, that the Federal Reserve is buying securities. In fact, when we suffered, the 1986 stock market collapse during the second Reagan administration, you read in the papers that the Federal Reserve was propping up the prices of stocks as if it was saving us from a depression by purchasing stocks. Well, that's a huge crime against us. That's something you wouldn't even want to admit to an intelligent public, but that's how they perpetrate the deception that they're saving us from a depression. Nonetheless, that's a confession of something which they should never even have a power to do, and the only reason they're doing it is because they are the very force which is causing the Great Depression, and this thing has been held together by smoke and mirrors ever since. But from that information, that they do that they give, that's a fault against them. I'm not saying that all news, I have no delusion that all the news is correct, but why would they admit something which is actually, which actually bespeaks the utter corruption of the system to an intelligent public? They expect you not to understand it, and they're trying to portray themselves as your saviors. Wrongly so. But we can use that information against them if we understand it. And that's all I'm saying. If you understand it, these are terrible things. So
you're saying the Federal Reserve is purchasing securities?
That's what they claim. Who is purchasing them if they are not? Obviously, the private sector has no further capacity to do that, has a negligible further capacity to do so, But in these purchasing of securities, what you have, in fact, is further creation of debt, subject to multiplication of the debt, which is only multiplying federal costs upon us.
Purchase of security, causing more debt. Now, if I purchase something, I'm buying something.
Yes, and in this case, it's a debt. And they're buying a debt by issuing promissory obligations that aren't their rightful possession, which they create out of our promissory obligations, and that's exactly what's happening when they purchase securities.
How is a purchase of something the creation of a debt?
Well, it's a creation of a debt in that case because the security is a bond which has to pay more than the purchase price of the bond to redeem the obligation to whoever has purchased it. So it's a creation of a debt which multiplies itself, and that's very simple.
All right.
It's not a matter of opinion. It's just exactly what's happening here. Now, it can be a bond. It can be a debt subject to interest. It doesn't matter. It's increased by some aspect which is equates to interest or usury.
Well, wouldn't it be more appropriate to say that something is being purchased that somebody else is being forced to buy back rather than an actual debt being established?
Well, that's the downstream effect of it. If you're talking about we the people there, yeah, you're right there. What's happening is the Federal Reserve has acted as a publisher of further representations of our promissory obligations, laundering the principal into its possession and laundering more and more and more and more into its unwarranted possession by imposing interest until under incredible unwarranted unearned taking from the people, it's accumulated this massive wealth. It is by far the most wealthy entity in existence. Okay, so now, because of its accumulation of wealth and denial of our production to we who produce it, it's got an excess of wealth. And it's imposed artificial conditions which have made it impossible for us to sustain government through taxation. It's also increased the cost of government by multiplying indebtedness upon government and all the functions of government. So all these costs are going up, and and the overall indebtedness that's multiplied out of this obfuscation has made it impossible for us to afford these costs anymore. So what we have is a federal government with costs which cannot be sustained by the usual method of taxation. If we were sustaining these, then taxes would have gone up as federal debt has gone up since Jimmy Carter took office, through the Reagan administrations, who Reagan in 7 years tripled the entire previous debt of the country, So taxes would have gone up likewise. Well, that can't happen because we can't afford that. Okay, so what's happening, the Federal Reserve is purchasing bonds. So the federal government issues bonds for its deficits, okay? And that's how it pays these things off, with the bonds, what it receives from selling the bonds, okay? But those assumptions of bonds are a debt to pay more than than was received from the bonds back to the possessor of the bonds now. So the Federal Reserve has purchased a debt which is created, okay? And they've purchased it for principal that they've acquired by unearned taking from the people through this obfuscation of the currency. And now they're forcing the government, although it has this deficit of X, they've increased the succeeding deficit to Y, which is X plus the excessive costs of the bonds that it's got to pay off, plus the increasing costs of government further by this further multiplication of debt. And so in the succeeding term, the natural course of affairs is such that the Federal Reserve will have to buy further bonds, which only increase its wealth at the rate of the appreciation of the bonds, and further decreases our wealth in that we would have to service these debts eventually. But we can't service them. So they're really not damaging us right now, and they're the only thing that's keeping the economy, which is a lie, of course. It's the antithesis of economy. The only thing that's keeping it together is this federal overspending. Basically, what's happening, since we're not servicing these debts, this further accumulation of debt, if we were, we would be paying greater taxation. What's basically happening is they're pouring money back into circulation, just enough to keep us barely going, tremendously unemployed, with 88 million people of working age in the United States unemployed and not considered unemployed because they're off the unemployment, payrolls, and we have a Great Depression.
Right. Yeah. So you're saying
these aren't matters of opinion. They're just the mathematic facts at hand. They're just the facts at hand.
Well, yeah. So even though somebody's purchasing a piece of paper, there is a debt established, and when in fact, I'm saying there is not a debt established. They have purchased a piece of paper.
No, it might be evidenced on this piece of paper. It might be represented by a piece of paper, but they are purchasing a debt. But that debt isn't just the debt. They're purchasing repayment of the debt plus further.
discussion, debate, back and forth, type of thing. Now, a dollar is a dead instrument. Agreed?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
So you're saying and when you transfer a dollar, you're actually transferring debt to somebody.
Well, first of all, it's a debt instrument under the present conditions which have evolved. And that is because more money had to be issued than existed in monetary reserves. So in order to sustain industry, we had to violate the gold standard.
Monetary reserves. Okay. Now, in order to have,
let's stay with the original point here. I'm saying a dollar has been made into a debt instrument. And before we stray wherever you were going, I'm saying let's just get straight on that. Now, as a debt instrument, it came into circulation as a debt subject to interest, which precipitates in further multiplication of indebtedness just to maintain that dollar into circulation, because it's getting paid out of circulation to service a debt. It's getting borrowed back into circulation with the principal equal to the former debt that otherwise would have been resolved, and the interest increasing the sum of debt. So what's happening with the dollar is it isn't just a debt. We can't just say it's just a debt. We can't just say it's a debt subject to interest. It's actually representing a process of maldistribution or maldisposition, which reflects a multiplication of indebtedness. And we, nonetheless, as subjects of this obfuscation, are attempting to exchange our entitlement to our production amongst each other, while that entitlement is being perpetually reduced eventually and soon to naught through this obfuscation of the currency. So, in truth, it's not really accurate to just say a dollar represents something, because it isn't at this very moment of time what it is in the next moment of time, because that dollar is subject to greater indebtedness across the system. That means when you spend it as a purportedly free market, which you are not, you're spending it at a later time than you acquired it. And so the spending value is less because more of it is dedicated to servicing an escalation of falsified indebtedness. So a dollar is actually never a static thing at all. It's an attempt to sustain commerce, which is representation to entitlement to wealth. It's an attempt to represent that. That's what we want to do with money, but this obfuscation has made the money something that we don't want it to be. So it's changing. It isn't just a debt. It's a dynamic escalation of debt at even an inherently escalating rate, which causes us to assume further debt just to keep that dollar in circulation even. You see, so it's not just a debt, but it is a debt. I want to make that clear. So where were you going with that? What are you trying to do? Just if you're just trying to get your mind around what a dollar is, that well enough described it right there. A dollar is not a static thing at all. It's a dynamic thing. If a software engineer was dealing with a dollar, for instance, they would have to realize that, because a dollar isn't a stable representation of value. It can't be. And it isn't just that it's a dollar, it's this obfuscation of the currency, and being as virtually all currencies of the world are this obfuscation of the currency, then all currencies can be described aptly just so.
Well, it's created when a debt is established, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when somebody signs a promissory obligation for $100, hypothetically, and somebody accepts the $100 for something, they provide a good or a service.
Correct.
There is a debt established between the person who signed the promissory obligation and the person who has accepted the money.
Now, okay, let's just stop you right there, because you haven't stated that with perfect accuracy, and to put this whole thing into perspective, we have to be accurate. The debt no longer exists to that creditor who's given up property. They have, in fact, received a if a debt existed to the creditor, it would have been done a different way. The promissory obligation would have been done a different way. If I raise chickens and offered to give up 100,000 chickens to the creditor over the course of the lifespan of the home, yes, I've assumed a debt. In the case of using our promissory obligations for currency, which is not only entirely legitimate, it's actually the only reasonable, plausible, or practical vehicle for a currency, because only promissory obligations can be created in the necessary supply, because they're an abstraction, because they impose negligible cost, and because they inherently retire from circulation in accord with consumption of the related property. Now, what happens in the case that we use the promissory obligation as currency is a different thing. Instead, the real creditor is paid in full. You get $100,000 for a $100,000 house that you give up. So your interest as the creditor then is this. You're holding currency, which is a representation of your entitlement to the overall pool of wealth. Understand what I'm saying? Well, let's go real slow through it. Well, you're almost there. You're almost there, Philo.
Oh, I'm almost there. Okay.
You're almost there. Okay. You've given up a home. You're a home builder. That's what you do for a living. You don't want a home in return for it. You want to buy a boat. You built your own house. You want to buy furniture, or you want to buy wood to make furniture. You're a woodworker. Whatever. You want something else. Okay? Now, how does that something else exist is the question. And how do you take your $100,000 promissory note and acquire it? What you deserve to acquire, which is an equal volume of other people's production. The only way that you can get an equal volume of production is if others create it, and that creation is coupled to your $100,000 in some such way that it's redeemable in $100,000 of the volume of existent wealth. Now, the way that the wealth gets created into and coupled to your promissory obligation is simply this. I, the obligor, am compelled to create $100,000 worth of my own production. So it's introduced to the overall pool of wealth. You might not want anything from me, but somebody else does. And how does the things that you want get into production? Is that other people produce them, and the rules of supply and demand compel us to produce what's needed, not to produce, not to raise our prices for ostensible demand, but they generally dictate that production complies with your wishes. Nonetheless, they determine what you can acquire, and you wouldn't give up the home if you couldn't acquire what you wanted for it. So you're already deciding as a creditor that, yeah, my $100,000, so long as it's spendable to an equal volume of production that I've contributed to the overall pool of wealth, so long as I can get an equal volume of it in whatever I select, and I see that it's selected there, I agree to this arrangement. So now that $100,000 is given value by its redeemability. And its redeemability exists in a fact that the obligors are compelled to contribute $100,000 of their production to the overall pool of wealth. If these things weren't balanced, that money would not be redeemable. And that's what's so important about this perpetual one-to-one-to-one relationship that mathematically perfected economy alone maintains. So now, what's happening is that I have created that $100,000 of production, but I might have kept it myself. That would deny it to you. How do I make it available to you? I make it available to you because people have purchased it from me, you for instance, or you've produced others' production who've used my production, for instance, and it eventually gets to you when you spend it somehow on the pool of wealth by a fact that the entire public has basically certified that I've contributed $100,000 to the pool of wealth because they have likewise agreed by their own principles and standards as a free market will available to you by the fact that I have paid out of circulation the to you. And that's the hardest thing to understand. But if you reevaluate those cycles yourself, you'll see there is no other way to make what you're entitled to. And
yeah.
Lost you a second there, sorry. I was saying, if you will re-examine that cycle yourself, you'll see that's the only way that money, which is not just nothing, it represents your entitlement to the overall pool of wealth. You've basically given up a $100,000 home to the overall pool of wealth, which I might take possession of from you by issuing a promissory obligation. And you get evidence of your entitlement to the overall pool of wealth then, which you can spend on it only if it exists. And so my payment of the principal is a testament that I've contributed to the overall pool of wealth, not to my own possession of my own production, but to others in such a way then that allows you to spend your $100,000 on $100,000 of actual production out of the overall pool of wealth. And so that's the cycle of money under mathematically perfected economy. It's actually also, it's the cycle of barter, except that we're monetizing our production in such a way that money represents entitlement to any kind of production which is available to us. You don't have to go, as you do in a barter system, you don't have to go to a market with a goat and 2 lambs wanting a herd dog, you know, and having to find a person with a herd dog that wants a goat and your 2 lambs. Instead, you know, you go to the market basically and somebody says, I want your goat. So here's, and somebody else says, I want 1 lamb, and somebody else says, I want the other lamb. And you get your price of each, a goat and 2 lambs. You get promissory obligations which represent your entitlement to their value in the market. And then you go and you find the person with the dog and you said, okay, this is what I've got to pay for your dog. Is that
disputing
enough?
that we need a book entry IOU currency and why we need it.
No, we're in agreement on that need.
Right. What we're actually talking about here is the proper way to introduce that currency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's where I'm coming from. You've got your approach. I've got my approach.
Well, what's your approach, and how can you possibly have a different approach? Because in the case of a promissory obligation, you have an instrument which is inherently retired from circulation according to consumption of the property. It has an obligatory schedule of payment. You have this one-to-one relationship. You're saying that you have a different approach, although you haven't said what it is, but only a promissory obligation comes into existence whenever there's a need for money which doesn't already exist. And likewise, it and it alone retire from circulation according to consumption and performance of the obligation which exists, which results in this one-to-one relationship, which gives money an immutable value and perpetual redeemability in the very things it's intended to represent. So nothing else solves that situation. And you might say that you have another opinion about another matter that somehow solves this, but the fact of the matter is, deviate an iota from that pattern and you're not solving any of the problems. So we can argue about that forever, but you haven't stated what your alternate solution is. Now, on the counts of the problems which are resolved, which are only three: volumetric or dispositional improprieties. There's no other solution of dispositional improprieties, and you evidently already agree about an eradication of interest. There's likewise only one solution of the volumetric improprieties, which are inflation and deflation. Only mathematically perfected economy in this very cycle of the money solves inflation and deflation, which are indisputable, because inflation and deflation...
Who cares about inflation? Bankers are extracting
well, then you just threw out all
dollars.
the principles that are necessary to the whole system. If you're saying who cares about inflation and deflation, then you don't care about solving the problem. So
I care about eradicating the banking industry. Okay,
well,
because
if you want to eradicate the banking industry, then we best have some solution that we can unite on. And if there's no other solution, what are we going to unite on? So what's your alternate solution?
Now, we both agree that bankers get everything they got for free, and that nobody should be getting anything for free, okay? Everybody should be producing something and trading what they produce.
Agreed. That's the only ethical system or principle to base all this on. And then you're attempting to sustain that principle in whatever we call an economy or monetary system. So agreed.
Right. So in the community currency model, there is no formal promissory obligation signed when somebody issues currency.
Then how in the world is the currency redeemable? If you're not paying for what you could consume or possess as you possess it, then your currency becomes irredeemable. So without redeemability, you're not sustaining the principle.
There's community currencies all over the planet.
Excuse me. Many of the first people to create these community currencies asked me for their blessing, and I refuse to give it to them because they don't solve our problems, because you cannot have a currency on the side when we're financing and have financed all the production that we have subject to the present currency, thus requiring that we maintain a vital circulation of that currency, which process of maintaining a vital circulation continues to multiply an escalating sum of falsified indebtedness upon us. So having a second currency on the side merely would absorb that currency in the escalating obligations of this currency, which is why none of these community currencies are solving our problems. We still suffer terminal indebtedness.
They're not solving any problems.
It's impossible for them to solve our problems, which is why it's stupid to even think that we can do something with them. We have to have a universal currency. You can't have multiple currencies and those things be interchangeable. I have a currency which can be redeemed in oranges. You have one that can be redeemed in apples. I don't like apples. How do I trade in your currency? Or how do I interchange? Why would I interchange your currency for mine?
Well, that's not how community currencies work.
I know how they work. And you're basically divorcing yourself from the principle. If there's no formal promissory obligation, then what is it even redeemable in? Who establishes,
right.
what is the standard by which the volume or disposition of it are ever established? If the disposition isn't to redeem it in something, then indeed it's not a promissory obligation. But if there is no disposition to redeem it, then what's the value of the currency? It has none. Unless it is based on some kind of value and it is redeemable in our production, then we haven't even established a principle which sustains a medium of trade. And that's why it's important. Now, if you just think you're not going to introduce any new topic I haven't heard thousands of times about alternate currencies. Now, if you think you have one, out with it. Let's keep this conversation brief, because if you're just assuming that there's some divorce from a promissory obligation which sustains some principle, you can argue that, and that's where this conversation has to go if you have a prevailing argument. But I've never heard it yet. Why would you think you have it?
I'm not quite clear on the question. I'm suggesting that yes.
Okay, you want to sell me to sell me an alarm clock, or you want to pay for an alarm clock that I have. One or the other, doesn't matter. Okay, and you've got a currency which has no principle of redeemability. All right, it doesn't represent your production. It doesn't represent somebody else's production, which is all that a promissory obligation is, and it's the only thing which does. Somehow, it's not a promissory obligation at all. There's no principle of redeemability. Why do I take your money?
Yes, I'm suggesting that a community currency have a formal promissory obligation for...
Then you're returning to mathematically perfected economy.
No.
All that mathematically perfected economy is a restoration of the universal right to issue promissory obligations, free of extrinsic manipulation, adulteration, exploitation, or denial of the right or opportunity or natural conditions to make good on them, subject to an obligatory schedule of payment which resolves the immutability and redeemability issues. Now, any deviation from that, and you have a mutable currency, an irredeemable currency, and either a lack of sufficient money or an excess of sufficient money, because
I can go to Ithaca and
bullshit. Whatever you're going to say, bullshit. Whatever you're going to say about it. I know the people that founded the goddamn preposterous lie. And in fact, you can listen to people such as John Turmel, who I've interviewed, and I'll tell you how he explained his currency. First of all, it's not ours.
My point, you don't even know what my point is. It's not what you think.
Yes, I do. Because
what is it? What is it?
Because the currency is based on a unit of time. You're assuming that we can do that. Now, if I can prove that we can't do that, and that's Ithaca hours is the very name, and it's based on time. Some people say currencies have to be based on resources. Some say time. Some say love. Okay? But they have to be based on, and they have to be representative of...
my only point is I can take an Ithaca hour currency and redeem it for something. Okay, it is redeemable for some reason.
Because you can redeem a currency in a case does not make it redeemable in all cases. Because the only thing that makes it redeemable in all cases, if it represents the value that all cases intend of it, which isn't just going to be time. I'm not going to trade my time for somebody else's time. It's going to be because that person might waste all their time and do very little in terms of production, and do very little in terms of quality of production. You're trading an entirety of things in every case that you are. That isn't just a resource either. It's the value that we contribute to the overall pool of wealth, by harvesting a resource, and then by rendering it in a further form that makes it more useful. We don't claim the value of the resource.
Well, I was just making a point.
Well, time is not a comprehensive unit of measure.
I agree. That's totally stupid.
Okay, it sure as hell is. It is stupid as stupid gets.
And I would recommend that anybody with a community currency suggest to the patrons, the people that are using this currency, actually take a pen, and if the hour is considered $10, write $10 on that currency with a pen. Okay. And another point
it's a misrepresentation and an obfuscation of definitions right there. It's not a dollar.
Well, it's a piece of paper that people are using in their commerce. So
very few and very foolishly. And if you go to these sites, you find that it's not universally interchangeable at all. Well, people are attempting to obfuscate the value of their work. They might make oatmeal cookies, and they're going to trade it to somebody for software, and they're going to find that, well, they don't have many people who want to give up software for oatmeal cookies, and it supposedly works because some people do trade it for other things. Somebody trades oatmeal cookies for chocolate cookies or whatever. But that doesn't make it work, because it doesn't work until it accounts for all things, and it doesn't account for all things until it does account for all things. And it's obvious if this is a unit of time, and everybody themselves who claims it works is trying to convert their time to some other value that other people's time has. Well, obviously, it has faults, and I explain these things to these people before they even did these things. They're not saving us from the present currency. They haven't developed a standard which is universally interchangeable. And in fact, we would consider the present currency universally interchangeable if it wasn't subject to the obfuscations of banking. We wouldn't have a perpetual destruction of the value or volume or mutability of our promissory obligations, and everything would be fine. So when we remove those problems, we have a universal currency. And likewise, when creditworthiness is the standard, we can't have an excessive volume of those either. So that and that alone solves all the problems, and all these other things are garbage, and you've just basically admitted that yourself. These aren't working. Just because they work in one case doesn't make them work.
Can we assume that the people that are doing this are sincere in their efforts to do something?
I would say no, because I explained to these people why those things wouldn't work in the very beginning. But now you don't have people even asking me about it. You have one person after another, after another, after another, creating further currencies every day, all based on different things. Bitcoin, for instance, or Bebo currency. And what you find is these people who have more and more palatable ideas are only morphing their work into mine, pretending that these are their own intellectual ideas, and all they are is a degradation of the same things that I've been advocating and proving for so many years. Why are you, for instance, wanting to deviate from effect of a singular solution of inflation and deflation? You said, who cares about inflation and deflation? Well, if who cares about it is your attitude, why are we even discussing it? And you're assuming then that if you don't have to...
You know what my point was? You know what my point was?
Tell us what it was.
The point is the main problem is bankers are extracting billions of dollars worth of wealth fraudulently on a daily basis. That's
you're not telling me anything. I've been telling people that for years. And
right.
It's trillions.
But that's what my point was. I understand you've been doing this for 40 years. Okay? But to worry about inflation or deflation and not focus on the fact that we're trying to cut out the mob here. That's
excuse me. You don't tell me that I'm not trying to focus on cutting out the mob here. I am cutting. That. Okay. Well,
but you're getting distracted.
Well, then what are you informing me of?
that inflation and deflation is not the issue.
It is an issue.
It is a minor.
No, it's a huge issue. It's a huge issue. Suppose, for instance, that somebody just creates a whole bunch of money that isn't redeemable. Obviously, it can't be redeemable because to create more money than things that exist that it can be redeemed in is inflation. So inflation is a nullification of the very integrity of the money. That's not a minor issue. That's an indispensable obligation to solve inflation.
Obviously, if somebody creates a bunch of money and spends it without doing and plans on doing nothing in return to redeem that currency, that's basically what bankers are doing right now.
No. That's, you just rephrase the whole thing into something else. But what you just said is what somebody would be doing if we had inflation. You see? So you realize yourself that it undermines the system. And okay, so what would you say then? That we don't have to solve inflation, but we'll allow a certain amount of inflation? Like over a period of time and in proportion to a circulation? Why would you do that? You're only undermining the only principles that serve you. There isn't just a solution of one thing that's a solution. You have to solve all the things. And it isn't like it's an insurmountable number of things or difficulty of things to solve. Inflation and deflation, being increases or decreases in circulation per represented property, are solved simply by maintaining a circulation which is always equal to that. And the only way to do that is to pay promissory obligations, retiring principal at the rate of consumption of the related property. Period. Okay? So if you're saying, as you did say, that so what about inflation and deflation? Well, they're important. They're very, very, very important because tomorrow I can reduce the value of money by 2 by inflation. Yeah, in fact, I can buy all the production without producing a goddamn thing by inflating it to myself. Obviously, we don't want people to do that.
Right.
So are there any other problems? The only other one is maladisposition. Do you fail to realize that it's vital that we also prevent anyone from corrupting the disposition of money, as would, for example, dedicate it to servicing, dedicate more and more of an existing circulation to servicing a falsified sum of indebtedness, which can be escalated perpetually until we're dispossessed of all of our production to people who produce nothing at all. Is that not a problem? Is that something that we can just simply slough off and say we don't have to solve it? Obviously not. So we have 2 categoric faults: volumetric improprieties and maladisposition, which we have to solve. In fact, maladisposition, the second one we just discussed, is the very thing that multiplies the present artificial conditions upon us until we suffer terminal failure. Obviously, we have to suffer the latter solve the latter as well. So there's 2 things there, and the only other possibility, since money only has two dimensions which can affect us or be subverted, and that is volume and disposition. And the only other third categoric fault I give is any combination thereof, which means that both solutions have to be implemented integrally in order to solve what I usually give as a second categoric fault, which is systemic manipulation of the cost or value of money or property. You don't want the value of money or property to be manipulated either, because all contracts and all possession of either money or property is corrupted in the process. So none of those 3 categoric faults are something that we can just simply slough off and say, so what about inflation and deflation?
You raise so many issues in every...
Those are 3 simple issues.
No.
3 simple issues, which if you fail to solve them, you have the very problems that we have.
If we analyze the last 60 seconds of everything you said, you raised a lot of different issues, and every time you raise a different issue, I would like to address it.
Okay, fine.
Let's
do this quickly. We got 3 issues in 60 seconds, which negate the entire body of economics as it exists, because unless you solve them, and you can't solve them under the present obfuscation of the currency, and unless you solve them, you have the problems that we have. All that we have.
Okay, here's the issue that I remember you rose, that it just popped back in my mind. This idea of gradual integration.
Gradual integration.
What? Yeah, you said something to that effect in that last.
Gradual integration of what?
We'd have to rewind the tape to. Yeah, I can't remember what you specifically said, but I got the impression that you're implying that something has to be implemented gradually, implying that mathematically perfected economy would be implemented gradually.
Oh, no, I've never implied that in my goddamn life. I'm sorry. I provided the Reagan campaign in 1979 with a prescription for converting the present system into mathematically perfected economy in a part of a day and virtually without cost. Excuse me. I've never said that in my life. And I bet I can send you.
I misunderstood what you were saying. You're going on, and it just sparked something in my mind.
If I mention integration at all, I was simply negating or invalidating any proposition that integration of an alternate currency based on anything other than whatever we, in each and every case of our commerce, want and decide that the value of the currency is. When you, as producer of a home, for instance, have $100,000, that's an abstract unit. What you have, and when you spend it, you want to see that the quality and quantity of production that you purchase with it equates to what you gave to produce the home that you gave up.
Well,
now, that isn't just time.
That
isn't just time. It isn't just resources. It isn't love. It's whatever combinations of things you intend to evaluate, which might even be the durability of the items, the quality, the construction, the materials, their aesthetic appeal.
Right. I may sell my house for $100,000 and buy a alarm clock that for $100,000 if I choose.
Right.
That's get that point.
Which is your rightful choice, and which by doing so, you are certifying that you believe that equated to what your promissory obligation represented to you. And you have every right to do that, and it's perfectly valid to do that under mathematically perfected economy because the unit is abstract. We don't determine that...
Okay. Can I address an issue? Now, if I want to go to the foundry and borrow $100,000,
you're not borrowing $100,000, Philo. You know better. So don't make me interrupt you. But you're not borrowing $100,000. You're committing to produce $100,000 worth of your own production and to pay it out of circulation by retiring principal from your accounts, giving the real creditor $100,000, which is not something you're borrowing. You're issuing a commitment to contribute $100,000 of your own production, and that creditor is consenting to the further fact that we, as a market, will certify that you have done so by paying $100,000 to you, which enables you then to make that available to the creditor, all creditors, by paying and retiring the principal from circulation.
Okay. So I want that $100,000 to buy a clock radio. is the foundry going to give me that $100,000?
Sure. As so long as you're creditworthy. So long as the obligor is creditworthy. That's a $100,000 clock radio to you.
Okay.
The system depends on no other fact than that the subjects of the system agree on whatever values they do. All the system is doing is enforcing fulfillment of the obligation of the obligor, who has declared that they will produce that $100,000 clock radio, for example. Whatever's fancy about it or not fancy, it might be a $9 clock radio that they're selling you for $100,000. If you agree to pay $100,000 for it, as a creditor, it's your right to do that. You've decided that clock radio is worth your $100,000. So you yourself then certified that you'd take that clock radio for a house. Now you want to laugh that that's funny, but that's what you wanted to do. And why should the economy impose any restriction on you, which doesn't even affect sustaining the immutability of the currency? It's been perfectly sustained by the fact that you've agreed that that $100,000 that you acquired for producing a house is equal to the clock radio. That clock radio might be something that somebody had to make. It's a prototype for the first radio. It might actually truly be worth $100,000. It might not really well be worth $100,000, but it's your option and right to pay that for it.
So now there can only be so many people coming to the foundry to borrow $100,000 for a clock radio or whatever.
There's no restriction on the number of people.
So if 200 million people in the United States
300 million
came to the foundry at once and said, I want $100,000. They're all going to get $100,000.
Now, if there's one clock radio, they can all want to buy that clock radio for the $100,000, but only one person can buy it. As soon as the first person to want to buy it is and who is creditworthy to buy it issues $100,000 for it, it's bought. That means that it's not even available to the other people, and that's not a matter of mathematically perfected economy. That's just a matter of the facts at hand. So, there's no issue to resolve there. If someone wants to obligate themselves to produce $100,000 of their own production for that $100,000 clock radio, that can happen. Now, society might say, well, no. We're not going to allow that to happen because so-and-so who's producing that $100,000 clock radio isn't producing it at all. They're actually buying it in China for 57 cents, and they're selling it here for $100,000. We might have some provision on creditworthiness, which stipulates that the value of something cannot be increased without a commensurable contribution to its purported value. In other words, we're outlawing unearned taking. All right, so we're outlawing somebody from buying a clock for 57 cents and selling it for $100,000. So now, we might, in order to enforce this regulation that we've decided to enforce upon ourselves, to keep records of production costs, and so to sell that product to the market, the producer has to justify the price, because we're not going to allow you in cahoots with a producer to simply issue $100,000 for a 57-cent item so that your buddy could say, okay, it's mine now. Now I'll split the takings with you, and as fellow criminals, we'll go off into the sunset and everything will be fine. Now, mathematically perfected economy protects the subject society from that, because you just committed to pay $100,000, and you're committed to pay for it. So to get half of it back, of course, doesn't give you anything because you've got to pay all of it back. You see, you're still at a loss. It's imposing those unwarranted costs upon you. So you can't actually benefit yourself by acting in cahoots with this false producer of a $100,000 clock in a criminal way. You can't benefit yourself because you're still committed to pay all that. It's got to come out of your creditworthiness and or your existent wealth. So we've already protected that, but the society might add an additional rule that it wants to apply to every transaction. Did in fact this product, is the price of this product, does it fall within standards that we accept to be imposed upon a market? Okay? And so this would prevent itself from anything of the nature of some kind of impropriety being suffered on the system. But mathematically perfected economy likewise prevents that because you can't participate in some criminality. Your accounts are attached to you. The very takings are stored in those accounts. There's an audit trail for any abuse of the system. And you can only conspire to abuse the system in such a way that costs you equally. So if you're assuming that there's some problem there, it's already handled by the nature of the systems. You need to think those things out. You know, you can't just presume that a problem exists without reasoning out how it manifests, especially when it's impossible for it to manifest.
Yeah. Wow. The question, can everybody show up at the foundry at once to get $100,000 issued to them?
Sure they can. But, of course, the product has to exist. They're not issuing it to themselves. They're issuing it to a creditor. But, yes, everybody can show up for virtual infinity. You know, with software and data centers can process the transactions. Standard rules are applied, and they apply to everything. But that doesn't mean that everybody can just show up and create some money for something that doesn't exist. No one can do that because that will never meet the rudimentary, fundamental, indispensable standards of creditworthiness. Nobody can do that if it's an abuse of the system.
So, creditworthiness. Everybody's got a job, so we assume they're creditworthy.
They may or may not have a job. You may be in retirement, in which case you may be spending the savings that you accumulated during your working part of your lifespan. Creditworthiness, excuse me, in that case, is spending from a fixed quantity of savings, which you accumulated by producing homes and saving half of what you got, for example.
Savings, by the way, can't exist unless there's a promissory obligation at a bank representing those savings, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Savings likewise can't exist unless you've earned that money by producing already. Otherwise, you would never have the money because you don't issue money to yourself. Money is issued as a promissory obligation to a creditor who has produced in every case.
Right. Okay. So,
Philo, I think you just need to think these things out, and you're going to find they resolve every question that you have. You're stammering for a question that you either don't have or you can't even articulate. You're assuming that the number of transactions is going to produce a logjam, or that somebody can abuse the system, despite the fact that it polices abuse at the very point of the transaction, and would award the abuser in such a way that any co-conspirator couldn't even receive any award for it. You see, sure, you can produce a $100,000 home, and you can sell it to your best friend for $30 million. If we have no standards of creditworthiness, which likewise impose a standard on the product. Creditworthiness isn't just a matter of what the price is and whether you can afford it. It's also whether or not that's the quote right unquote price. And that basically equates to a like contribution in terms of endeavor. And so
you're going to have these people in the foundry determining creditworthiness.
No. We, the people, are going to decide whatever standards we want to impose upon ourselves. And those translate to software rules, which are processed at the point of sale by the common monetary infrastructure. So they look at...
We, the people.
Yes.
So are we, the people, going to elect somebody to be the head of this?
No. In fact, it hardly even requires any personnel at all. It's software and a data center, So there's people who are going to maintain the infrastructure of a data center, as always happens. Hardware goes out, it's replaced. Software has to be written to apply these rules, but generally a given rule might be an hour of writing software code in order to implement the rule. So that's negligible when you especially when you talk about 6 billion people, and the very few resources which are needed to deploy or sustain such a system. You're minimizing everything. We don't need physical money. All we need is records. By not having physical money, we can't even be robbed. Somebody can't even take our debit card and falsify our means of identification, which is part of certifying creditworthiness. Somebody else. I'm not using your card to purchase something for me, for example, at the store or whatever. So
all our no physical money, all our transactions are going to be tracked under this system?
All our transactions they'll be electronic, there'll be records of them. Now, whether they have to be tracked, all your transactions have to be tracked, even if you issue physical money, that would be tracked. And a society could say, oh, well, that'll put all our drug dealers out of business. So we don't want all of our transactions tracked. Or we might say that, all right, our accounts have to be maintained. Obviously the transactions you might dispute or find disagreeable are simply, payments of your house payments, which, are no threat to your privacy, but they can be kept private. Your income relates to possible tax implications, for example. But the mandate for mathematically perfected economy and absolute consensual representation likewise stipulates that tax methods that are deployed today, such as income tax, are illegal. They're unconstitutional under a constitutional amendment that if you sign this, you're endorsing, which prevent income taxes and prevent your accounts from ever being taxed in any way. You pay taxes when you use a road, for instance, but coupling the costs of the road to something that you spend on, such as fuel, relative to your consumption of the road. So the mandate actually mandates that taxation be implemented in such a way that that taxes are paid commensurable to willful consumption of whatever is actually provided by government. And so we don't have things like property taxes any longer, or income taxes.
What's your opinion on the implantable RFID for?
Totally against it. Totally against it. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't benefit from something like a retinal scan. People would have a hard time replicating my signature if they didn't, know it well somehow, And so I might say, well, I just want a signature to be confirmed whenever I make a transaction. Excuse me. People can make that an option. We can decide as a country, well, some people don't want a retinal scan. So to keep their retina out of all records, they can just do a signature. All right? We'd have whatever, a half a dozen, 35 dozen, whatever, alternate methods of certifying your identification such that when an account which represents, when a card or means of identification represents your account, that you're certified to be the person that's using that account. So, suppose, for instance, you've got children and you give them an allowance. All right? Well, they have a card representing their accounts, and instead of you giving your credit card to your daughter, for example, to go out with her friends to the movies or whatever, she has her own card. And if you want her to be able to purchase gas, you make sure enough goes into her account. So you could enter the transaction online through an online interface or whatever means we want to provide for that, so that that basically she has access to the funds in the same kind of way that you might provide them, but you have control over it. So, we're basically doing all the same things that we do now, except that real economy is accomplished by eradicating all unnecessary costs. Maintenance of physical money is a cost. It's also subject to counterfeiting. There's tremendous amounts of money that leave the country and come into the country as, drug money or counterfeit from foreign countries. This implementation, which isn't intrinsic or to mathematically perfected economy itself, is just a reasonable thing to do, which if you want to use physical money, that's mathematically perfected economy as well. It's not a problem, but you still have the same rules. And these rules, which solve inflation and deflation, which solve maladisposition, and solve every combination thereof, which is all the problems of any potential monetary thesis, 3 damn things, one of which is just a combination of the other 2. So this isn't a huge number of things. They're 2 indispensable things that we solve. And there's only one way of solving them. There's one solution to inflation and deflation. And there's one solution to maladisposition. And there's one solution to the combination thereof, which is a combination of those 2 solutions. Simple as that, you see. Now, whether you want to do it with a physical money or RFID chips, that's the country's business. But I don't advocate that, somebody take a chip, as a means of identification. I might want to carry one on a keychain, but that could be lost, so it wouldn't be very valuable as identification if my debit card could be lost as well. So with it, in other words, I could be beat up in the alley behind the store, and and somebody takes my card and my RFID chip, which is on a keychain or something like that. So, a retinal scan is perfect. Doesn't take any time at all to sign, more time than it would to sign your signature on a, some kind of input device, and you just look in a little cup, at the grocery store, and from that cup, it even knows what your card is. You don't even have to carry your card. You just look in a little cup, and guess what? All your groceries got paid for right then and there. I mean, that's modernization of techniques for implementing an economy which imposes absolutely negligible costs upon us. I mean, all the work that does, and not even maintaining cards. A retinal scan can handle all of it. So whatever. But that's it. You've got accounts. You need to maintain records. Whether if you have this parallel mandate which outlaws all means of taxation which could be applied to your accounts directly. Instead, you pay for fuel, which pays for your consumption and maintenance of roads. We're handling everything. And I mean, the reason that this thing is so comprehensive is because I've addressed all these questions for so many years. Now, if you look at these alternate currencies, not only do they fail to arrest perpetual multiplication, which itself, nullifies any purpose in doing them, they're not upholding any of the standards. And you would realize that even if you implemented mathematically perfected economy as a separate alternate currency, you can't prove it except as the only currency, because after all, you have the existing currency multiplying falsified indebtedness upon the people, so you have no solution.
Falsified indebtedness?
Which is what you've been saying as well. Falsified indebtedness to the bank. The bank gives up no commensurable consideration when it falsifies our promissory obligations to each other into a falsified debt to itself. You see, all the banking system has done, which is what my work unravels, is that it intervenes upon our commerce to pretend that merely publishing further representations of our promissory obligations results in a debt of like kind to the bank, which isn't a fact at all. The bank might be a reasonable entity for taking the payment, being as it's created representation of the promissory obligation, but that isn't to launder the principal into its unwarranted possession. It's to retire it from circulation in accord with the inherent nature of the promissory obligation. And that's the whole thing that banking builds upon in order to impose interest and all the resultant problems, which are, again, our three categoric faults. We have to solve all three of them, period. That's it. And nothing less does so. But and so that is one currency for all of us, which upholds these vital, indispensable principles. Simple as that. There isn't an alternate currency that can do that. Even if that alternate currency is mathematically perfected economy, it won't solve our problems because we're still paying out of circulation against the existing debts, falsified debts under the present system, which multiplies indebtedness upon us. We consume any alternate currency in that process and negate any purpose of it. You can have separate principles, moreover, of separate currencies and say you're upholding some principle of inflation and deflation. Even if you did in one currency, being as you have another currency, they're effectively introducing circulation beyond the volume of circulation which would comply with our principles of solving inflation and deflation. So you have inflation, Likewise, maldisposition in that other currency might compel us to pay more out of circulation than existed in circulation, therefore nullifying the fact that we had solved inflation and deflation in the other currency. It's just basic math. It's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of volumes. If you've got something that can upset the volume that's sustained by one and one only, universally applied across the whole system, you have a fault. You basically are persisting in the same faults, pretending because it's like saying, we've eradicated murder by a currency which prevents murder, or a law that prevents murder, and yet another law prevents certain group of people to go about our society murdering away at will. Will they eventually kill all people? Yes, if they so desire. We haven't even imposed a limitation on it. They'll eventually all kill each other, even perhaps. No human beings will exist in the end. So having a law that prevents murder for some people, but allows other people, licenses other people to murder without limitation, doesn't solve the problem of murder. Same thing happens in an economy. If you have one system that holds, or circulation or currency which upholds principles, if you have another currency which contributes to the overall volume of circulation, which has different principles, they aren't even really truly interchangeable. They're never the same thing. But likewise, that alternate currency is a vehicle for undermining the very volume and disposition of currency which we have attempted to rectify futilely in a singular system coexisting with all others. Competing currencies don't solve anything.
All right. Well,
was that any help?
Yeah.
Good.
You should post this on YouTube.
Oh, shoot, Philo. You can go back, to the first days of the internet, and it's posted everywhere. In social credit forums, and Douglas A plus B theorem forums, in response to somebody says something about Giselle, solve these problems already, and it's been proven otherwise. I've been doing this on a daily basis, 15, 16, 17 hours a day, 7 days a week, for more years than you'd even imagine. It's all over. It's all over. All these questions, all these issues, we've already pounded them out,
Oh, you're not going to post it on YouTube?
It's already on YouTube. I mean, my YouTube video, which is a 2.5 hour, I don't know what it is. It's like 20 different segments in order to get it on YouTube. It already answers all these questions, It explains, for example, that there is no circulatory inflation. It explains how higher rates of interest, Chapter 6, for instance, explains how higher rates of interest escalate the process. Ron Paul, that's an answer to the proposition of Ron Paul, an Austrian economist, who themselves have advocated that elevated rates of interest would have discouraged us from borrowing excessively. On the contrary,
okay. You want to post it on YouTube?
Yeah, it's already there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in fact, you can go and watch it, Chapter 6, and see all the nasty comments by Austrian economists and Ron Paul supporters. Who of course can't invalidate it, but they take exception to it, because, people like Edwin Vieira plagiarized practically every essay that I wrote that I had on the earlier internet, Interest is usury, for instance. Mathematic proof that the Federal Reserve caused the first Great Depression. They plagiarized all those articles, and they took out the parts of them which invalidate the gold standard and left it to the reader to assume that they amount to arguments for the gold standard, as if the gold standard would be the only thing that resolved these issues. In fact, the people that were put in jail in the 2008 presidential campaign that were close friends of Ron Paul, Liberty Dollar, and all that, people that have fled the country in fear since, those people still have links to my web pages as if my work corroborates a gold standard. Now, those people came to me for my blessing, like the other alternate currency people. They came to my blessing about precious metal monetary standards, misunderstanding from my work that must be the only solution. And I politely explained all these things to them, and they were appreciative of that, but they went on and they pretended that they were coining gold money, and well, they got in trouble with the government because you can have multiple entities, private entities. You shouldn't even have the Federal Reserve System, which is private entities, producing a currency. It belongs in the hands of private entities, but that's all private entities. That's all of us. And likewise, we can't just willy-nilly create money or promissory obligations if we're not imposing these standards, which result in achieving the objects of an immutable and redeemable currency. And the only way to do that is to standardize a process which makes sure that every time money is issued, that it conforms to those principles. So when it does, which is our certification of creditworthiness, then this CMI just automatically maintains the accounts of the people, subtracting from one person's account their payments against their promissory obligation. It just performs all this.
So I guess we'll just look forward to debating in the future about whether your approach is better than my approach.
What is your approach?
It's to not have a foundry, to have a public bookkeeper appointed by a government of the people, issue currency to the citizens with the only stipulation that
to the creditors, you mean? First of all, the CMI or the foundry is what you've just described. So we don't have a difference there. You're just misunderstanding that there's some difference. The CMI is a thing that the people create as a function of government to standardize the process.
There's not going to be any check of credit worthiness.
Then you have no enforceability of the promissory obligations, which means you have no redeemability in the currency. So,
I don't know why you can redeem Ithaca hours for stuff in Ithaca, or
just because somebody trades oatmeal cookies for chocolate chip cookies doesn't mean that somebody's going to give up software for Ithaca hours credits for oatmeal cookies. Hours isn't even the thing.
I guess it doesn't work. I guess people aren't using Ithaca hours for exchange.
As I said before, because it works in however few cases, doesn't mean that it works in all cases.
Well,
one reason it's not going to work in all cases is because the people that produce products that they submit to Ithaca hours aren't necessarily producing the things that I want. Only when you have a system where all of us are using it do you have access to those things. So you're asking me to sell my
I'm talking
my
about
work
doing this on a national scale. So
that's one reason it can't work. It's got to be the universal process, and already you're going right back to a forfeiture of principles. So I understand that. Okay? If you're saying you first of all, what you've described, the place of the CMI or foundry is exactly what you said. So you don't have a disparity there, but right away you go back to forfeiting the principal. You're not going to impose creditworthiness. Maybe you're not going to impose payment then, because how could you suffer a forfeiture of certifying creditworthiness, or abandon or divorce yourself from that responsibility and enforce payment? You can't do that. You can't even expect to do that because you haven't even established the conditions.
Well, we can debate it on TNS or some other forum, eventually you're going to have to debate it with me, because a lot of people are paying attention to what I'm talking about every day, a lot more.
Okay, so why don't you just, for the sake of getting to the quick of it now, explain to me how you can enforce payment without certifying creditworthiness.
You're just simply issuing a small amount of currency relatively to a person, and that they don't have to return that currency to who it would, the issuer is, until they retire from the market or move from the region.
Just somehow that small amount of currency per person equates to redeemability and however much industrial production and entitlement to the overall pool of wealth we need to represent in order to conduct our commerce. So you don't even have a volume of circulation there. It's not even, you can, the debate is finished. That's my answer to whatever you're saying. Okay, and however you justify that this ostensibly small amount of currency, which isn't even definitive, you see, what we need is representation for all the things we need representation of, and the only way to do that is by principles. Okay, and you're just saying it's a small amount of currency and somehow it's going to suffice. So you go ahead and you say whatever you want. If people are really interested in this, I suggest you talk to Vin about having your own program. You know, if you have a solution, if you can convince Vin that you have a solution, he'll be glad to have you become a TNS broadcaster. Likewise, you can go on Blog Talk Radio yourself or open up your own blog, and you can tell the world why a small amount of currency instead of a definitive amount, which is equal to what we need to represent, somehow suffices. And no one has ever answered that question, so let's not be ridiculous about this. You just have some idea that once we define all the principles that have to be met in order to solve the problems, that somehow you can divorce yourself from those principles. A small amount of currency, which isn't even a definitive amount. You see?
I don't know, 100,000 to 1, 1,000 to 100. You know, it's the same thing, except it's different, okay? So...
well, you know, you can't say it's the same thing except it's different. So
it's $100,000. It's either to 1 or 100. 100,000 to 1, 1,000 to 100. It adds up to $100,000. Okay.
What's it?
You know.
What's it?
The amount of if the amount of money in circulation at any given time, hypothetically, was $100,000, just for an example, rather than issuing it to one person, you would issue $1,000 to 100 people. That would add up to the 100,000.
So 100 people would pay for my house, for instance, if this currency represented my house. And it would be paid to me or all these people, rather, instead, other than the real creditor. You're just divorcing yourself from every principle that abides by every transaction as we want to conduct it. If I produce a house, I want the equivalent of my production. How do I get that? A promissory obligation which is redeemable for an equal volume of production. How do I get that? The volume has to be equal to my production. It isn't some small amount of currency or something like that. It's $100,000, which I have the right to assume in my spending of it is equating to an equal volume of production. Now, only if we are each of us participating in such a system, and that is the whole system, can we uphold these principles. So I would even object to somebody like you having an alternate currency, which you just say works. You haven't shown how it works. In fact, as soon as we discuss all these things, you just simply assume that we can divorce ourselves from every one of these principles. Some small amount of currency. Well, you're deciding what that is. You haven't even given me an example where that small amount of currency suffices of my purpose of acquiring from the overall pool of wealth what I've contributed to it. That isn't some small amount of currency. That's a currency which is representative of my contribution, which can be redeemed in a like volume of contributions by my decision and by the decision of the people that provide it.
Job, you can save the currency that you earn.
You
at
can't
your
spend
job.
the currency that you're saving. If you have currency to save, it's only from having earned it. You're saying to just give this money to all these people, and somehow that works out. It's a small amount of currency, 100 to 1 or 1,000 to 1, whatever. You're saying it's the same, and then you say it's different. You know, it is different. Unless the real creditor is awarded equal to their production, you have screwed the real creditor. All right? Unless the person that consumes that production is obligated to pay for it equal to their consumption, you've screwed somebody else there. Could be the obligor or it could be the creditor. Okay?
Wait a minute.
And unless the currency in circulation equals the remaining value of represented property and entitlement to the overall pool of wealth, you've screwed the creditor there too. So unless you keep those volumes the same, and it isn't just some small amount of currency, you're screwing people. You're making it impossible to uphold contracts, and you haven't even evaluated the volumes that are involved. And you're saying that I've got some problem and that people are just parroting what I say. They're not matters of opinion. If you put $1 into circulation, and I want to sell a home worth $100,000, and it's got to be paid for with that $1, and that's got to represent my entitlement to the overall pool of wealth, you're denying me my objects. Mathematically perfected economy sustains those objects.
You just jump to the conclusion
That's
that.
Not a jump to a conclusion. I've been there before. You're trying to say that you have a different system. Who are you? You've worked out this math?
You're just getting offended now. I know.
No, I'm not offended at all. This is ridiculous. I'm wasting time talking to you. You know?
It's nothing.
Who are you?
Personal,
have you actually
Mike.
done the math on any of these things?
This is not a personal thing against you, Mike.
Well, it's not, and it's not affecting me personally. But I have other people who want to talk to me, and this is really, a substandard dialogue.
Okay.
You just assume that we can talk about these principles and then just abandon them. Now, there isn't anything
you
but
want to
mathematically
lecture people. You just want to lecture people and just have everybody buy what you say, but we'll debate this in the future.
To every mathematic problem, there is an answer. You haven't shown there's an alternate solution to inflation and deflation.
Oh,
you haven't shown there's an alternate solution to inherent irreversible multiplication of falsified indebtedness, and you can't even articulate how that's caused. You yourself said it's because the interest doesn't exist.
Okay, you'll make a fool out of me in front of other people when we debate this with other people. You'll make a fool out of me.
Did you not say that?
What?
Did you not say that?
Say what?
Can you articulate how interest multiplies falsified debt into terminal sums of falsified debt yourself? Just explain it for us. Don't let me put the words in your mouth. You go ahead. You explain it.
I'm gonna have to write that question down.
Well, if you already have it as a point of argument, why?
What was the question again?
How do you explain how interest multiplies falsified debt into terminal sums of falsified debt?
How do I explain interest into falsified debt?
Interest multiplies falsified debt into terminal sums of falsified debt. What are the terminal sums of falsified debt? What are its consequences? What are its ramifications?
Okay, you're talking about the fact
There's one answer to the problem. You don't know it. or you'd say it. You don't need to write the question down. It's incumbent upon us who have a monetary thesis worthy of people listening to it, even, to have worked out these issues already.
You're talking about the
If you're worthy of lecturing me on it, why haven't you shown me a principle where we can abandon solution of inflation and deflation, where we can abandon irreversible multiplication of falsified indebtedness, where we can abandon an integral combination of those two things so that any combination of them is likewise solved? How can we do that?
I would like
Give
to
me
explain
one good
that
reason.
to you.
Well, give us one good reason.
One good reason for what? Explaining it to you? What?
One good reason that we can abandon any one of two solutions to two categoric faults, volumetric and dispositional improprieties, or any combination of those two. In other words, why can we abandon any cause of dispositional improprieties or volumetric improprieties? Why? How can you possibly have a representative
like one
currency
of those
if you do
ninja
so?
mind trick questions? Okay.
Oh, it's no trick, for crying out loud. You mean to tell me that you're pretending to have a solution and you consider that a trick question?
I'd rather just...
Yes or no? That's not a complicated question to answer. Yes or no? You consider that a trick question? That's what you just said, isn't it? Yes.
Well, if it's not, then you would be willing to break it down.
I just broke it down for you.
In front of other people, okay?
I do this all the time.
That can observe what's going on here, okay? Now, if
you telling me that I haven't just broke down inflation and deflation to you, and I haven't shown you that there's one solution and one solution only, which is a self-evident fact that if you define something as an increase per something else, and something else as further as a decrease per that something else, that the only thing that's neither of those two things is to keep it equal.
Insane.
Are you telling me that I didn't explain that fully to you? I probably explained it several times.
Well,
it's second grade math. Inflation is an increase in circulation for goods and services. Deflation is a decrease in circulation for goods and services. What is neither? A circulation which is always equal to goods and services. And since goods and services are being consumed, the circulation, therefore, has to be equal to the remaining value of goods and services at all times. And guess what? There's only one way to do that. I've said it several times to you in this one discussion, and that is to pay and to retire principal at the rate of consumption of the related property. And what is to pay and to retire principal? A promissory obligation. Period. Now, you're telling me we don't have to solve inflation and deflation.
Well, that's a minor problem that can be solved. The number one problem is eliminating the banking industry here. That's our number one problem.
Okay, so are we going to eliminate the banking industry by saying everybody crawl into a child's crib and we'll throw you different rattles and horns and stuff you can beep on, or are we going to solve the monetary issues? Now, if you want to claim that there's some monetary issue that we don't have to solve when there's only two, volumetric and dispositional improprieties, there's zero credibility in that proposition. And that's not just a matter of opinion, because the other impropriety is dispositional, which under the present system is the very thing you're trying to eradicate. So you don't disagree about that. But you negate or discount the imperative importance of solving inflation and deflation, which is the only way you have an immutable currency, which is the only way, then, that your currency represents what it's intended to represent, because when I give up property for a promissory obligation, I want it to represent entitlement to a like volume of production from the pool of wealth.
Reasonable. And obviously, anybody that's issued currency has to do something eventually in return to capture that currency back.
You said the word right there, has to.
Right.
Exactly. It has to be enforceable then. And it can't be enforceable if there's no creditworthiness. And if you haven't certified creditworthiness, you haven't even looked. You mean to tell me when I'm 12 years old, I can buy a multi-million-dollar mansion, and I stay in it until I go into default or something?
When you graduate from high school, you're issued currency.
It doesn't matter if I'm 80 years old.
No, if you're not working. Then
when I graduate from high school, I'm just issued some currency. So you've given me the money, and you're not even accounting for the fact.
You have to sign a promissory obligation for it. Nobody's giving anybody anything here. The bankers, we're giving the bankers stuff now. That's what we're trying to eliminate, is people not working and receiving, just receiving. Okay? We're trying to get a system here where everybody works for what they have. That's what we're both trying to achieve here. Okay? So I'm not giving anybody currency. Okay? They have to pay it back.
You just said you're giving somebody currency when they leave high school, but I'm sorry. When I was a kid, I mowed the lawns in the neighborhood and took care of people's pets. And I sold my paintings since I was 10 years old in 5 different art galleries in the Bay Area. I made a lot of money. I'm not going to wait till I graduate from high school for you to issue me some money. I'm earning money. All right.
But
that means that I have creditworthiness to service promissory obligations.
That money that you earned came into existence somehow, and yes, you can start earning money when you're.
The difference is that you just say that we should just issue it to somebody when they graduate from high school or something, and that's preposterous. The need for money predicates a time it needs to be created, and the only rightful conditions for creating it, since it has to be a promissory obligation, are to certify creditworthiness. Period.
Well,
you're not going to enforce debts that you can't even certify.
Creditworthy, or you can just assume somebody is planning on getting a job and producing something and issue them currency.
You don't just assume they're getting a job and producing something. They either are or they aren't. And if they are, or whether or not they are, they either have the money to produce something, or purchase something, which means they don't need to issue a promissory obligation, or they don't have the money and they need to issue a promissory obligation, and because nobody else might have the money who is the market for that product at that moment, we need to issue further money, and that has to be issued under conditions which are enforceable, or all the money.
Well, you can have a whole bunch of conditions under your system, or you can just have one condition, which is real simple under my system. Okay, so we'll see what becomes more popular.
What are the whole bunch of conditions? The whole bunch of conditions is that you can service the debt. All right, that's it. That you can pay for consumption of what you consume as you consume of it. That is the condition, period. That's not a whole bunch of conditions. That's one condition. And you've just stated that you have only one condition under yours, and you said that condition, my condition, doesn't exist under your system. You don't have to certify creditworthiness. So you're just talking around in circles. You divorced yourself from the only principle that gives you an immutable currency. And you're saying somehow you're going to sustain some object of the system, and yet you've abandoned every one, which is immutability, which can only be achieved by this perpetual one-to-one-to-one relationship between remaining circulation, remaining value of represented property, and remaining obligation to pay just that much for the remaining value of represented property. Can you name another condition that needs to be met to give an immutable currency? No one ever has, and you're not going to either now. All right. Can you abandon any of those three principles and have an immutable currency? Well, no. If you abandon any of them, you don't have a circulation which is representative of all things. So you have a lesser or greater circulation competing for all things in terms of redeemability. Furthermore, the price can leave it unless we're compelled to pay the price. So you don't have anything else that you can apply which can further certifies it except making it legally an obligation to pay exactly so much for anything. And in fact, mathematically perfected economy itself naturally imposes that requisite upon us because you can't refinance something for more than the remaining value of it. Somebody else who takes over possession of it merely takes over the promissory obligation, and that at that point in the lifespan, equity remains with the former owner. So that's it. It's already solved. You don't even have to make it illegal or make it lawfully an obligation to pay only the remaining value. It's already there in mathematically perfected economy, and the accounts as they're managed as the common monetary infrastructure. So you're simply presuming that somehow we can divorce ourselves from any of these principles, and that equates to a solution somehow. And you're wrong, because a solution accounts for all problems. Every mathematic problem has one and one only solution. Excuse me. It's the answer.
I agree with that. I'll agree with there's only one solution.
Well, then you'll have to disprove that any of these things are problems or that there's an alternate solution for them, okay? And you haven't done that. So, debate over. You have to have a side to your debate to debate it. You can't just say, oh, you have all these conditions when there's only one. It's called creditworthiness. And you say you only have one, and you don't even state what that one is, and you divorced yourself from the only one that can enforce or ensure enforceability of the principles which are vital to maintaining an immutable currency. And you're just saying you have some point. You haven't even disclosed it yet.
All right. Yeah, and you'll make a fool out of me when you're invited to debate me.
People will judge your merits of your arguments on what you've presented.
Yes.
That's it. And I'm glad to have them stand that way, or if I took this personal, I would probably, get uglier or something. There's no point in it. You asked 3 times, yesterday in the forums, who's going to be handled first. We explained it 3 times to you, and you still acted as if you don't have an answer.
If people agree that was an explanation, then they'll agree when we debate this in the future. Okay.
What do you have to debate? Is there an aspect of solution that you can disprove? Can you prove an alternate solution to any of these considerations? Can you prove that any of these considerations can simply be abandoned, as you've suggested many times, that inflation and deflation, well, we don't have to worry about that. We have to worry about banking. Well, yeah, we do. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we can fail to worry about or account for inflation and deflation, especially when we already have a solution. Why would we do that? I'm asking you now, why would we do that? Why would you abandon a solution for inflation and deflation?
Well, deflation is a problem if it causes your economy to slow down. True. Okay? Inflation, not so much of a problem if everybody's wages are going up equivalent to the inflation. Okay? And people that have saved, so to speak, are not saved in the currency that is inflating.
There's one problem with what you're saying. You're just assuming that inflation could bless us somehow. But the problem is, the only time you can have an increase in money per goods and services is when somebody gets that money for nothing.
No.
And so,
no.
That's
if you have 10 people in an economy and 5 people are issued $10, and there's $50 in that economy, there can be $60 in that economy if another person is issued $10. There can be
That's
$70.
not inflation.
No, that's not inflation. That's increasing the money supply.
Well, no.
Okay, and it could potentially be inflationary, of course, if everybody's issued $100 when $50 was doing everybody just fine.
You know, you just assume that you can throw numbers out there and not even attach them to a fact of how those numbers get there. You see? So if somebody increases the circulation, or somehow the circulation is increased above the value of represented property or entitlement, somebody got something for nothing. If government just spent the money into circulation, for example, to create something...
How can anybody, if I'm issued $10...
Because nothing exists equivalent to that further money that you're introducing. Therefore, it has to be increased.
So somebody in this foundry...
By definition, that's the fact.
So
an increase in money per goods and services means that some money is introduced beyond the value of goods and services. That means...
Who determines the value of goods and services?
We do. If you want to pay $100,000 for your alarm clock,
well then,
that's it.
What? You just nullified your argument. I mean, what?
What argument did I nullify?
You're trying to say that
whoa.
Somebody...
You know, I'm going to tell you something. I'm disgusted with myself. I've wasted this much of the day. Answer the question. What argument did I just nullify? No. I'm telling you. Yes, you are. Right. Now, you just tell me what argument I nullified.
God, if we could rewind the tape.
Well, I'll send you a copy of it when we're done. You tell me what argument I nullified. You just spew shit out, right and left, and steer this around and round and round in circles as if, you know, you're interested in the same things and then you can just do it some other way and somehow it happens. Okay? Solve inflation and deflation another way. Can't happen. Solve irreversible multiplication of falsified indebtedness by unwarranted interest another way than eradicating interest, and that's not even just because anything else but eradicating interest, which is unwarranted and unjustifiable, is the only solution because it's unwarranted and unjustifiable and results in terminal dispossession, defeasance, and monetary failure. So we have two things, and the other thing is a combination of them, and you haven't disproven them at all, and yet in the end you just assume somehow that you can solve the problems some other way. So this is a waste of time. What principle
You're right.
did I just invalidate?
None. And that's why I need to analyze this tape. And you need to, if you could send it to me, I'd greatly appreciate it. You would totally be setting me straight.
It's coming right away.
All righty.
Okay, as soon as we hang up here, it'll cease and you have a copy on your way. And if you don't get the copy, you can pester me all you want. I will make sure you have it. All right?
All right.
Okay? All right. And anything you want to invalidate, do it in writing. But don't just say that I just invalidated some proposition. You can't even state what it is. Excuse me.
I know.
That's shit. And I'm calling it, and you're not wasting any time unless you can prove something. And if you can, I'll look at it. But who are you that you think all of a sudden after 44 years you're going to be the first one to invalidate any of these things? You know? I mean, are you dreaming that I haven't had this discussion with literally thousands who think, after we prove there's a singular solution. I mean, it's self-evident that there's a singular solution to inflation and deflation. You know, why am I arguing this with you if you don't even understand that? It's second grade math. 7-year-old children understand this.
Yeah. Okay. Send me the tape. Thanks.
All right. It'll be a few clicks. Okay? It's on the way later. I don't know what we can do to better accommodate people. I think, in fact, far exceeds the limits of where we should even be polite or accommodating. Every time you prove something, it's merely disconsidered. He himself agrees that there's one answer to every mathematic riddle. Can't even hint that he has an alternate solution for any of these things. And yet he claims to have an alternate solution, even in the end. We can't get there from here. This is the kind of people that we have perpetually making negative comments in forums, in the chat room. I mean, for crying out loud, if you're trying to do a radio program and you're hearing from someone like this, who's posting over and over again, there he goes using the O word again, obfuscation. No suggestion for a better word. Come up with that better word before you criticize. He asked 3 times the other day who was going to, how you would determine who's served first. And basically, it's been explained over and over again that everyone is served immediately by software. You get the answer. You're credit worthy, your promissory obligations are issued, or a payment is made from your accounts. You can't cover the bases anymore completely or comprehensively. And we can go on like minor birds all our lives. Thanks again for listening. One solution. I'm Mike Montagne, and we are all related.